In the early 1990s, you were searching for old coffee machines and memorabilia. You ended up buying something else and you took it home. What'd you buy?
I had no idea what it was. It was something that I saw. I looked at we had a monthly antique fair here, and it's just some weird looking box. And they wanted $300 for it. And they were so sick of me just showing up looking at it every month. Finally, I've offered them like $100. And they're like, yeah, we just don't want to see you anymore. Take it. Had no idea what it was. It was just called like Quack device. And I brought it home and I plugged it in. And the TV went across the room. And I'm like, oh, I better go unplug the TV before I screw something up, you know? And TV was already unplugged. And so I kind of heard of a guy, Tesla, thought maybe this might have had something to do with him. And that was kind of the beginning of it.
So a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Was the TV already unplugged?
It was.
It was already unplugged.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it was, this was back hurricane season, 90s Florida.
Sure.
So
yeah, you just happen to have it unplugged.
I was living with parents at the time, teenagers. So they would unplug stuff once in a while. And it was old school CRT giant TV.
Nice.
Anyway.
So explain what happened. What did you plug in?
This machine that I later ended up finding out had a neighbor in his 80s named Quinn. And he was an electrical engineer from Tulsa. And he came over and I said, I've got this weird thing. And he's like, he said, we had one of those at university, but nobody knew what it was because it was banned from being plugged in. There was some kind of controversy. Nobody could plug it in. And so he saw for the first time in his 80s this thing actually work. And it was basically a medical device to heat people from the inside out. So it made a lot of radio interference. In addition, you could do cool things like light up light bulbs near it and then things like that. And so it was just somehow superimposing electrical signals onto the speaker circuit and making it make noise.
Make it growl.
So, making it growl, basically.
And is that how it turns on light bulbs without touching them? Explain how that works.
So it was like the high frequency field can affect certain light, especially fluorescent type lights, where it would ionize the gas inside. And so I actually do demonstrations every day now in the museum with a similar machine.
Yeah. Showing
Tesla's really impractical idea of wireless lighting.
Impractical?
Impractical, for
Explain
sure.
why it's impractical.
Well, it's interesting, but the amount of power needed to do it and have the bulb light to full brightness, it's, a 60-watt bulb might take 1,800 watts of power to do it at any significant distance.
Gotcha, because it's dissipating over distance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
So you need way more.
Dying off as you're moving away.
As it expands.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So I looked up a little bit about the machine. It was shortwave diathermy.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
So I had to look up what that meant. There's radio and sound waves coming off of it, right?
Yes.
And diathermy means deep heating.
Yes.
So explain what the intended use was for this.
So originally, let's say you had a sporting injury and you had a lot of inflammation like in your shoulder. You could put a pad on either side and it would heat would help draw out the inflammations, normally fluid buildup. So if you put like a heating pad on the outside of your shoulder, it would normally your shoulder would get really hot, and then wherever the pain was, eventually probably wouldn't get there because of the rest of the anatomy in the way. So this machine would start from the inside. And so, of course, you get instant relief, feels really good, but you had to be careful that you didn't cook someone accidentally, because this heat, while it feels good, you can actually coagulate tiny capillaries and things unknowingly with it. So it's, it was legitimately used in a lot of physical therapy, chiropractors, a lot of regular doctors' offices had them. You could do surgery with them with the same electrical output. So they had electrosurgery with the same devices. So yeah, I'm playing with it every day, lighting up bulbs and realizing one of these days this hand's going to fall off because I'm holding a lamp with it every day and I can feel the heat radiating up to about my elbow. And, there's a lot of Tesla medical kind of wackos will say that, it's all completely harmless, and it's not. It's not at all. So
So
But cumulatively, I don't know. I'll be the test subject for this one.
I find it borderline terrifying.
Yeah.
Because I tried to read about this, and would it cauterize? You could do
It could
cauterize if you did it enough.
Actually, there's a story of my mom who was I was in the garage with this machine, and of course, I was teenager, and I had it on, and I was lighting up some lamp or something or other, but I was coupled up to the circuit. And she walks up to try and scare me, and she slaps me on the shoulder, and an arc strikes between my shoulder and her finger and burnt her finger and my shoulder. And that was the last time she bothered me when I was in the garage doing stupid stuff. But
unbelievable.
Yeah. But the machines were actually, they started off with actually spark gap, which was the old technology.
Explain what that is.
So spark gap is kind of the most primitive form of this. It was done in the 1890s, let's say, by Tesla and others. They were experimenting. And then by the 30s, something interesting happened, which was radio. Radio became a thing where, especially during the Depression, people didn't have modes of entertainment. So radio was kind of all anyone had at that time because they didn't have money. They didn't have food. They didn't have a lot of things. So radio was the only outlet. And so the problem with all these spark gap things is they tended to radiate a bit of noise on either side of the spectrum in the AM radio range. So what would happen is you'd be trying to listen to the radio and you heard down the street because someone had their Quack device running, and they put a curfew on the devices, and which is interesting because they're alternative medical kind of conspiracy sides of they're banning the devices, this and that, and they were at certain types back then. But it started off as a curfew where from like 7, I think it was starting at 7 p.m., you weren't allowed to turn on your machines. And most hospitals, didn't run around the clock with this sort of thing.
Mostly because it's annoying. It'd be annoying you're trying to listen to radio, right?
Yeah. So people were hearing like the effects of people and their Quack medical devices, buzzing on the radio stations.
When were they kind of invented, this concept?
So the different variations started in the 1890s. And then what happened, because of these things radiating a lot of noise, they decided to switch to radio tube operated equipment, which is what the shortwave is. And it was a very stable frequency outside of the radio range that they were using back then. So it was, it radiated lots of power at that frequency that no one was listening to. So they basically, that was a solution for a while. Then the war happened, World War II. And, they started using some of those frequencies for shortwave radio communication. So then they would bump up the frequencies, and eventually it became microwave therapy, ultrasonic therapy. And it was all using either sound waves or radio waves or microwaves to heat the body from the inside out. So they all had a little bit different effects on the body because the body doesn't respond to all those frequencies in the same way.
I'm sure.
And
explain, how does microwaves affect the body?
Well, the same way. It's heating. And so whenever you try to turn the human body into like a capacitor, let's say, when you put 2 plates, it's like 2 plates of metal and you're the dielectric, which is the insulator. But because you're made up of fat and blood and oil and things that are conductive, things that aren't conductive, they don't like being a capacitor. And so the end result is creating heat. And so it's out there. I mean, it's crazy to think that they're doing it, but it was a legitimate form of rehabilitation for a long time. It's still used in Europe and a lot of places.
Really?
And it's it's not something that you would want to do in untrained hands because you could cook yourself or otherwise.
So explain what happens when a living person's getting cooked.
So it's just heat. It's just the
sure, but like
heating.
The damage to that body part if it's starting to cook.
Oh yeah, well,
like
so
I don't even know what to think.
Basically it'd be like putting on a heating pad and forgetting about it, and like you could get a severe burn that way.
But it's internal.
Yeah.
And it's localized.
It's internal and it's localized. And they use
How do you heal that? I don't know. Surgery? You got to open it up?
It's kind of like at that point, it's like treating a burn patient. And they were using these things for all sorts of, let's say, interesting. One of the things was for gynecology, for example, if women that had like yeast infections or so forth, if they heated that region to a certain temperature, it could kill an infection. But of course, it had to be monitored. So they actually had like mercury thermometers inside of the electrodes so that you could raise the temperature to the right place, to the right zone without overdoing it and causing permanent damage to someone.
I'm sure all of it was overdone.
Um,
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is called quack
Yeah.
medicine or quackery.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Explain. A lot of people listening have never heard of that word, or at least not like properly used, right?
So it's interesting. This dates back to the 1700s, basically. And so there's actually a little booklet over there next to you that really, I totally fucked up the front page, but it's, there's an article from Ben Franklin in there, and that's 17, I forget what.
This is original print?
That's original, and that's
from the 1700s?
1700s.
And you're terrifying me because a piece of it just fell.
Oh, no, I just said that's my fault. But Gentleman's Monthly Intelligencer, it's a weird name. I mean, it's an interesting compilation of things. It was before the U.S. What's the date on it? 1750?
1759.
59, okay.
August.
So it was before the United States was a thing. And people were bringing Ben Franklin their sick relatives to treat with electricity because they thought that this was going to be the next thing. And Franklin basically describes in the article shocking the daylights out of paralytics with painful capacitor discharges from a static machine, but describing where a paralytic who couldn't take his hand off his knee could, after 4 days of shocks, remove his own hat with his own hand. And that after 4 days, it would always regress back again. And Franklin pointed out, maybe the problem is I'm not a doctor and I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe doctors should take this up, and please stop bringing me your sick relatives because I have other things to do than try to treat everyone who's sick in Pennsylvania. But that was the start of something interesting. Like they kind of realized that, okay, there might be a place in medicine for this. There might be a place for treating people, certain diseases. But it's really questionable. Like, we don't know what we're doing at that point. And every modality of electricity ever developed, the first thing they used it for was medical use. And they had no idea what they were doing. And a lot of good came from that, a lot of interesting real treatments.
X-rays. Right?
X-rays, but even like if you've gone to the chiropractor and you had like muscle therapy with the TENS machines, that sort of thing, muscle stimulation, all of that came from this. And now these days it's getting more interesting because they have electrical implants to help.
Pacemakers.
Not only pacemakers, but to help move limbs and stuff in paralytics. So back all the way 200 years later, they're actually using it legitimately.
Wow.
And so it's all pretty interesting. But because there's such a big gray area, it always let the unscrupulous people kind of say, well, we could make some money off of this based on what people don't know, what we don't know even. And so a lot of good, a lot of bad came from it. And it not only happened in like with electrical devices, but in the drug industry, of course, there was a lot of like completely fake medicines being put out. And a lot of that started with doctors because of the placebo. They would give people sugar pills. And for most diseases, like, okay, if you have the common cold, you're going to get better in 2 or 3 days, probably no matter what. So if you take a pill and you think you're going to get better, it's kind of mind over matter. You might kind of stop complaining and get better and think the pill did something when it didn't. And so it was used by doctors. And so a lot of these devices were kind of on that gray area. And then a lot of them were found to actually be beneficial in some way. Sometimes they'd be beneficial for some things and completely dangerous for other things. And it was a lot of just trial and error before they figured that out. But because of the unscrupulous people sort of selling things just in the backs of catalogs and the snake oil salesman, that sort of thing, eventually it became an issue and a lot of devices got banned. Any there's a lot of this sales literature that you can't find. A lot of it in the library here is last known copies of this stuff because companies were raided. Start off with the post office. They would confiscate everything and burn it in an attempt to protect people. And so, but whenever you delete history, it doesn't really help anyone.
Exactly, because we don't learn from lessons, right?
Yeah. I mean, we don't learn from history in general. So I don't know. I don't know if it's
unfortunately
what to think about that.
Right.
But definitely it was an interesting chapter in history. And a lot of the people that were working on medical devices ended up kind of somewhat questionable medical devices ended up developing radio and telephones and telegraphs and other things useful.
Of course.
So they already knew how to manipulate electricity, how to make stuff, how to get things to work, how to avoid patent infringement, which was a big thing back then. So it's a pretty complicated subject in the end.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about patents in a bit as well.
Yeah.
So quackery was the term thrown on the snake oil, basically, right? These fake design, not that they were fake, but they weren't intended for that use, and they were lying about usage, right?
I'm a lot of times, like back then, there were old school physicians that we always treat something this way, and any type of new technology they looked at with skepticism. So there were what they were practitioners of medicine, and then there were irregular practitioners that were bringing in these new radically weird ideas. And a lot of times they were called quacks, even if they weren't really doing anything illegitimately. They were just exploring new technologies as they arose. And so it gets interesting there too, because I mean, it's being open to the fact that, okay, there's something new. And it happens today. I mean, any type of radiation therapy, people are afraid of radiation, but hey, look, we've been able to refine this stuff where they can treat cancers now in ways that were never treatable before. And so it's all how it's applied in the end.
Exactly.
And there's still plenty of quacks around today, unfortunately.
Yeah, that'll never change.
You can see them all over YouTube.
Yeah, definitely won't change. So what was the name of the first thing you bought? The shortwave diathermy?
Shortwave diathermy, yeah.
Was there a specific name or a maker for that?
I think it was called Garfield.
Garfield, really?
Yeah,
okay.
Like the cat.
What was the next thing that you bought?
The next thing was called a violet ray machine. And that was something that I actually had one, and I couldn't figure out how to get the thing to work. And so I had kind of given up on quack medicine after I bought the first device. I'm like, this thing doesn't do anything. No wonder it's quack. And forgot about it. Then I bought the device that made the TV hum. And then I was at a show, and there was a guy who had plugged one in, and it was turned on, and there were sparks coming out of the end of it, and he was sparking his arm with this glowing purple electrode. And I thought, oh, wow, that's just wild. Like, this looks like something from science fiction, and it's from like 1920s. And then I went home, and I was able to figure out how to get the other one to work. I realized that I didn't know what I was doing. And I had bought the one from the guy. And then he would show up at every show. He would have one or two of these things. And I told him, like, look, I'm interested in this stuff. I'm like, if you can still make money and sell these things for $30-$40, I'll buy every one you can find. And I did. I bought over 100 from this guy within the next year or so, and related type of devices. And at the internet back then, they didn't have anything on any of this. So I didn't have any direction in life. So I thought, well, maybe that's my calling. I'm going to document this weird side of kind of fun history.
Science.
Yeah, and see what happens. And it was a joke in the beginning. Like, it was completely random. I had, my own homemade web page, which still looks like it's from the 90s.
I love it.
It's
I love it. We'll talk about it.
I have not improved at all. I'm using the same software. And but I didn't expect it to have much of an audience. And within a few years, I was getting the equivalent of like 7 million hits per year, which a hit's, kind of ambiguous term. It's whatever people click on. But it was a lot of traffic for such a weird, quirky subject. And you realize that people would just find these things in their attic. They'd be curious. There was a whole counter medical movement going on anyway, where people were becoming open to stuff from the past. And then there were still a lot of quacks in the 90s popping up with a lot of kind of really bad knockoffs of 1920s technologies. And so I was just in the right place at the right time. And because the website was getting pretty huge, because I was finding a lot of stuff, it was really funny. It was before like websites like Google actually like filtered their results. And so I ended up being in the weirdest places. Like there was, um, I remember early on Wikipedia articles on museums in America, and I was listed on like 100 museums. My backyard museum was listed like number 20 on the list, and it was just because my website was bigger than the other museums that were out there. So I was listed next to Smithsonian Institute
Really?
and so forth.
That is
and
awesome.
so it became like plastered all over the internet in this way.
Wow.
And just because of search
work you're
engine logic back then.
Well, I agree with it.
And it worked out pretty well. Worked out well for me.
Definitely. So remind me that second thing you bought, what kind of ray was it?
Violet ray is what it was called. And it was
explain what that thing does.
Basically, it was a handheld Tesla coil with different shaped glass electrodes that were made for all body parts, imaginable and unimaginable. And it was a way of applying electricity to the skin. And it was almost completely placebo. But it was used by skin doctors legitimately. Originally, it was made to treat like psoriasis or different like localized skin problems. And it was proven to work. Actually, American Dermatological Association, one of the founders, was developing a lot of this type of stuff. And so, but it became like the one catalog Quack item that was, I joked that it was more popular in toasters in the 1920s because I've documented over 50 manufacturers just in the US of these things.
Wow.
And some of them made up to a dozen models. And there was something you could buy for $10 in the back of a catalog.
What would it feel like?
So the sparks are kind of prickly, but you don't feel an actual shock associated with it.
Why is that?
It's because the frequency is more than what your nervous system responds to.
More, not less?
More. So like if any type of like, if you've ever been shocked by an electrical outlet at 60 hertz, it's not fun. Like, you feel every muscle tense up. These are operating at around 500,000 hertz. So you have sparks that jump to your skin and you can feel like something kind of hitting your skin, but it's not like the feeling of actually getting an electrical shock. And because of that, yeah, it was easy to sell them because people were like, "Oh, this is kind of cool."
So what's happening?
So it's basically dehydrating the skin wherever it hits. There's a lot of ozone being generated by the sparks. There's UV from the sparks, but not from the actual glass because the glass would have to be quartz to transmit UV. So it was kind of like this glowing wands kind of sci-fi type of looking device. And because of the placebo effect and because people sometimes felt better, I mean, actually it was developed by a guy, Strong, who, going down a huge rabbit hole here, but there was a guy, Frederick Strong, who was a doctor. He was working early on with x-rays in Boston. And Edison put out an article saying, and it was one of the few times that Edison and Tesla were actually rivals in the paper. Like the whole rivalry between them is very much overplayed. They weren't really that unfriendly with each other. Yeah, it was just brief time periods. But this was one of those time periods when they were both racing to develop a new type of lamp, kind of a fluorescent type of lamp, 1896. And Edison, to kind of get one over on Tesla, put out an article saying he cured a blind patient with x-rays. And it became really interesting. Everyone was paying attention to that. And Strong had a blind patient. And at the time, he had all sorts of different x-ray tubes and everything leading up to the x-ray tube. So the vacuum discharge tubes, they were a whole kind of branch of physics that people were interested in back then. And he was trying to cure this patient's blindness with these tubes, and it wasn't working. They could detect like flashes when the tubes were operating, but they couldn't see afterward. But the patient remarked, he's like, I don't know what you're doing, but I suffer from migraines tremendously. And I have not had a migraine since you've been doing all these experiments with me. And so whatever you're doing has worked to help the migraines. And Strong was like, wow, like these tubes are all over the spectrum. Like there's nothing really consistent in what I'm doing as to why you would get rid of migraines. He said, but I'm running the tubes with a small Tesla coil. Maybe it was the field from the coil or something relating to the way the thing I'm operating the tubes with that we're getting rid of the migraines. And so he ended up developing a glass electrode to apply this electricity to the body, and in a way that it wasn't really painful, and he could try experimenting with it. And he was laughed at. He published it in medical journals, and everyone laughed at him and said, "This is bullshit. This is quackery." And within a decade, like dozens of manufacturers were making these, and they're still made today. You can still buy them on Amazon for like the aesthetics industry, for beauticians are using them. And so he was onto something. And what Edison didn't tell people in the newspaper article was that the patient was blind from a growth that had developed over their eye. So they weren't born blind. They were blinded by a type of cancerous growth, and the x-rays killed the growth and brought back their eyesight. So he kind of left out some parts of the story to make it more interesting. And Tesla was genius at doing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it wasn't uncommon at that time.
So it wasn't entirely untrue.
No, not at all.
But it definitely was not entirely true either.
Yeah. So
Right.
it was just not telling the whole story. And in fact, x-rays were used to kill cancerous growths afterward. I have some of the first articles up there by a guy, William James Morton, who was first to publish. We know x-rays cause cancer, but they also can treat cancer. And the same guy published the same with radium. So he was kind of father of x-ray therapy and chemotherapy. And this was 1903. So, but Strong ended up developing kind of the first therapeutic Tesla coil. And there's a funny story. He wasn't so mechanically inclined. So he found this kid at MIT named Earl Ovington to build his equipment for him. And Earl was a student at MIT, and he was building this giant Tesla coil out of basically dumpster diving Massachusetts General Hospital. And so he was pulling out hard rubber syringes and ebonite and different drawer cabinets and whatever he could find at a dumpster. And they used to build this first therapeutic coil, and they sold it to Massachusetts General Hospital for $350 when they were done, which was a significant amount of money. And, but yeah, it's kind of where all of this started. And Strong wrote a book, High Frequency Currents, where he was describing these types of therapies. And it was one of the first books I got. And it was really what inspired me to have a museum in the end, because he was kind of documenting the history of stuff that didn't make sense back then. And like, why would you document the history of something less than 10 years old? Like, it seems strange, but in reality, it was because the industry was growing so much. He knew that if he didn't give people credit early on, they would never receive it. And he was absolutely right. His book lists history that was never mentioned anywhere else.
Wow.
Which is
what year was that?
cool. This was 1908.
1908.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you still have that book.
I have, not only do I have that book, I have his own personal copy of that book, which fell into my lap a few years ago. And I have the scrapbook of his life, which fell into my lap a few years before that, which is hard to believe. Someone who didn't have kids that died, in the 50s, to end up with their life after just taking a real interest in it.
Wow. Very, very cool. So we will definitely talk more about it in a bit, but you've archived a bunch of books. Are those books some of the ones you've archived?
Absolutely.
So people can look at these books for free online.
For free.
Completely
high
free.
resolution, 600 DPI.
Wow.
And I used Google Books a lot. And
Sure.
they have different resources early on, but the one problem I have with them is, like, in this age of technology, why are books looking like third generation Xerox copies? Like, the pictures suck. There are institutions that are scanning books and getting rid of the originals because they figure we scanned them, we don't need to keep them anymore. And it's like, yeah, but if you scan them at that quality, what's the point? Like, it's like, it already looks obsolete.
Wow.
And so when I scan stuff here, I try to do it at least the best I can, so that in 20 years, people don't open it up and say, this is crap. Like,
Sure.
I don't want to.
Very neat. So explain a little bit about that book and the scrapbook from him? Mr. Strong, you said?
So yeah, it was very interesting. So he was he lived a long time. He knew a lot of people. He was practicing originally in Boston, then moved to California. There are letters. He knew Kenneth Strickfaden, who I have a little sketch of here. Ken was the guy who built the equipment for Universal Studios for the original Frankenstein film and over 100 other films, Wizard of Oz. So he bumped elbows with a lot of cool people. And he practiced in the end. He was lowering blood pressure. And he kind of got into some really questionable stuff in the teens. They were like in quackery, and he was almost kicked out of the profession for it. And then he started just treating high blood pressure, which is still one of the number one killers in the US. And so he was lowering people's blood pressure with a chair like that. And it was called autocondensation, where you would sit in it, you'd be charged to a high voltage, and it would lower your blood pressure at a time before they had drugs that could really do that successfully.
And how is it lowering your blood pressure?
It's a physiological response of your body being charged to high
Electrocuted?
frequency. So it's not painful, but
It's not.
there's treatments for about 15 minutes. If you went longer than that, you'd risk passing out because it would actually lower your
Too
blood
low.
pressure too much.
Sure.
But it wasn't permanent. So every week you'd have to go to the doctor, which kept him busy and paid throughout his life.
Sure.
So, interesting guy. He also developed UV lights. He was early on to show that UV killed bacteria, killed different types of bacteria was actually the main thing he was looking at early on. But his scrapbooks have like Petri dishes shown before and after exposure with bacteria counts. And so he was, as much as he did some a little bit questionable medical treatments, a lot of them were legitimate and became mainstream
Sure.
in the end.
So people eventually had these books, and once they found you, they felt you'd be the best home for them?
That was extraordinary because the scrapbook, I never dreamed the scrapbook would have existed. And it was found at a farm auction in Montana. And so Strong was very esoteric. And so a majority of this scrapbook is communicating with the dead, sending thought messages, stuff that would, in a small town in the US, could have easily been burned as witchcraft or something like that, just from superstition. But he was open to everything because most of the X-ray pioneers were open to all sorts of ideas because they could see the invisible. They could send wireless messages. They remember going to sleep with candles. So it was kind of, the world was like anything was possible back then.
Yeah. And you had to be that open-minded
Yeah.
to see the potential of these things. Because if
absolutely.
if you're in your head, you're like, you can't send a message through the air, right?
Yeah.
Imagine 200 years ago, that just didn't make any sense. But you had to be open-minded that what was sending the message. And once you're in that rabbit hole, you're like, oh, it's ghosts, it's spirits, whatever else.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because you couldn't explain
Absolutely.
it, but you're open-minded.
Yeah, absolutely. And even like Sir William Crookes, who was early pioneer in what would become X-ray tubes, he was totally going to seances and things. And, I don't think it's that far off for them back then to see they kind of were just scratching the surface as to what was possible and what wasn't in the world. And so it wasn't that far off to think, all right, Tesla saying that, all right, one day we're going to have a phone that can send pictures and messages and that sort of thing. Of course, we have them now. And so he didn't have the means of doing that.
He
He
had that
didn't
idea.
have the wherewithal, but he did have the idea in his mind that, this should be possible one day.
He did talk about that idea?
Absolutely.
Really?
And so the funny thing is there were pictures, and he published in a lot of children's magazines, which people don't realize. Like he was some scientific journals, but a lot of children's magazines.
Why did he do that?
I think because they were more receptive to a lot of what he was saying.
Yeah.
But there was a picture, I remember the cover, Electrical Experimenter, and it was, this I forget the name of what they called this. It wasn't a cell phone, but it was a candlestick phone that the girl was talking in, and there was a mirror attached to it with a wire, and she could see the person she was talking to in the handheld mirror. So it was not like what we envision today, but they didn't have picture tubes yet back then. So this was all completely theoretical.
So that was completely theoretical.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Early 1900s, they were you know.
You were losing me. I'm like,
Yeah.
you explain so many things that people have never heard of that eventually it's hard to tell
Oh yeah.
how did this happen, right? Or was
Guilty
it
as
just
hell.
theoretical?
Yeah. So this was just,
Strictly
it
theoretical.
was them imagining a future.
Yeah, of course.
And it was like, yeah, we'll be able to talk to each other. And how would we see each other? We don't have a TV screen. They have no concept of that. But we know what mirrors. We can see something in a mirror. So maybe somehow there
That
would
would
be
do something.
something in a mirror that you could see an
Yeah.
image of.
Because as you noted, Edison and Tesla, they were really, really good at promoting. So they could have like a tenth of a truth, right? And be able to stretch that to the imagination to sell stuff.
Absolutely. And in
Right.
Tesla's case, a hundredth or a thousandth of the truth at times. Like,
True. Fractions.
Well, this is one of his biggest fans, but the more you read, it's like, oh man, he was a character.
We're definitely going to chat about him as well.
Yeah.
So you talked about a couple devices that you've bought,
Yep.
right? In the beginning, in the very, very beginning, it was the diathermy shortwave machine,
Yep.
the ultraviolet ray
Yep.
machine.
Yep.
Where did this lead you after that?
Pretty much. So it was interesting. I bought as many machines as I could, and the dating to like 1800s shock machines. Later, I got stuff 1700s, but this was after I was established a little bit better. But yeah, it was collecting this stuff, and then realizing that the people also, they did get involved with things like telegraphy and radio and X-rays and more serious things. So it grew into more of. I already documented the quack side of things. It's like, okay, but where's the legitimate side of the medical industry? Where do we find how this stuff was used
For real.
for real? And that was the next step. And then the next step after that was sort of finding where the inventors went in their lives and what other technologies they developed. Because you wouldn't think that you could take like an early X-ray machine and send a wireless message with it, but you can because the two devices are almost identical. And so
And that's why when you're talking about candles and mirrors, I don't know if I should believe or not, because I wouldn't think that X-rays would do that.
right.
either,
So the
right?
equipment it was not the X-rays themselves, but the equipment, the
Okay.
power supplies for the X-rays
Gotcha.
and a wireless telegraph, they run hand in hand. So all you have to do is instead of running that power through an X-ray tube, you run it through an antenna and a foot switch. You could mimic this setup 50 miles away and actually receive a message where instead of an antenna, you have an antenna, and instead of a foot switch, you have a little headset. And so it was something that the kids, and one reason I mentioned electrical experimenter, a 12-year-old kid would read this, boy and girl back then, soak it up and say, this is what I want to do. Like, I want to build one of these. And they were doing it. They were building stuff in their garages. They were, the kids were becoming so smart so quickly back then.
Were there kits? How would they?
There were kits, and
Okay.
there were certain pioneers were actually selling parts. So there's a book, Thomas Stanley Curtis. He was an early like Tesla coiling pioneer. And you read his book and you figure, man, this guy must have been like 80 years old writing this. He would tell how to make a transformer from scratch, how to make capacitors from scratch, how to wind coils, how to calculate math, how to do this, that, and the other. He was 18 years old when he wrote the book. And I was blown away when I heard that. I mean, this was a kid that's writing at the same level as an experienced electrical engineer
Or
would
a college
in the
professor.
20s or 30s that, once electricity was understood better. And just extraordinary. And so the kids were out there reading this stuff. And, all they had to do was sort of hone in on one of these topics. And they had their own companies. They were selling stuff. They were later being, so during, World War II happened not too long after turn of the century. So a lot of the people pioneering, especially like telegraphs, communications equipment, they were hired by the government because we were racing against Germans, for example, who can send wireless messages to submarines and to, complicated types of
Communication.
radio communications. And there was a huge race to do that, of course.
So it's so important putting stuff in these kids' magazines.
Yeah.
Influenced decades of researchers, inventors, scientists, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Innovators.
then the war effort knew this. So there were chemistry kits targeted to like 10-year-olds to build your own explosives at home. And it was everything you needed to make a small bomb. And they figured like, oh, if we get the kids started in this early on, by the time they're teenagers, they'll be helping us out.
They'll be pros.
They'll be pros, exactly.
Have you heard of that atomic ring? Have you heard of that?
Yes.
And what was inside of it? It was something radioactive.
It was. I don't remember, but it was like cereal box type of thing.
Yeah. And it'd be a ring, and it was, look it up. Was it like traces of uranium or
it was something like that.
Something
inside.
Nuts.
Yeah.
And it's unreal. They're just putting this in, not only in a food box, but also giving it to kids to wear.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
And,
so what was that 18-year-old gentleman you noted?
Thomas Stanley Curtis.
Where did he go on after that?
So it was interesting. He got into photography, got into color photography early on. I ended up corresponding with his son of the same name, who was in his 80s. And he went on to vaudeville, for example. He was doing Tesla acts on stage during the 1920s. He did work for the military. So he was developing radio for the military during World War I. And I'm not sure what he did in the 30s because he had a family by then. He had a couple of kids. And a lot of these guys suffered from X-ray exposures. So like if they did live into the 30s, that's when they started to find problems just from casually playing with X-rays so much in the 1890s.
And explain what X-ray poisoning is and X-ray damage.
So it was, that people always say, well, they didn't know the dangers. In reality, the dangers were documented with Thomas Edison's assistant, Clarence Daly. So in that same race with Tesla to develop fluorescent lamp, Edison's assistant tested thousands and thousands of materials to see which one glowed the brightest under X-rays. And Edison's idea was he was going to coat an X-ray tube with a phosphor, and the X-rays would excite the phosphor, and it would be a fluorescent lamp. And they didn't know the dangers. And so his assistant was the first victim, started having cancerous growths on his fingers, had fingers amputated, arm amputated, and he died. And it should have been a big warning to people, but people were so enamored with the X-ray discovery that the pioneers ignored it, willingly ignored them. And so there were X-ray pioneers that wrote some of the books in here that were getting fingers amputated, and they were checking in the hospitals under false names, walking around with their hands in their pocket because they didn't want to give the profession a bad name because they got burned and they got hurt from it. And they didn't want people to be afraid of it. And it goes even farther than that, into the point where X-ray tube manufacturers, most of them were testing the tubes by X-raying their own hands as they were vacuuming the air out of these tubes in the manufacturing process. And they were dying left and right. And there was one company, Green and Bauer, where I'm not sure which one died first. It was Henry Green and John Bauer. But one of them was a salesman, one of them was a glass blower. And the glass blower died. And the salesman continued to make the tubes and test them on his hand, knowing he would die the same way as his partner in his honor. And so this was the mentality back then. This was how much people were like enamored with this discovery.
Knowing that it would kill him, was it just excitement? Was it money? What motivated him to do that?
I think more than anything, it was innovation. And it was like being on something. They knew it was cutting edge. They knew it was going to totally change everything in medicine. And you can't feel it immediately. So it's not like it was that being able to sort of brush it under the carpet in their own eyes. And a lot of people died that way. Tens of thousands of physicians died from that.
Terrifying. So it causes these growths, right? Mm-hmm. Is it cancer?
It is cancer.
That it's causing, right? That's what I thought.
And so like normally people were testing with their hands, so their hands would get keratosis or cancerous growths on them. But at the same time, they're in front of this stuff. A lot of times it'd be internal organs developing cancers. And
they didn't think to use like a cadaver, excuse me, to just keep scanning the cadaver.
It's a great question. They did actually. So a couple of companies sold cadaver skeleton hands cast in wax, and they would be like, use this, like don't use your own hand.
Yeah, just test something that's already dead. Thing.
Yeah, and they did, and so. But actually, the crazy thing is getting people in the profession to actually be safe was its own challenge because people were not considering it. And, there's stories of, I had visitors here of people that worked in the government with x-rays, like for the military in the 40s and 50s. There's a woman they're like, yeah, we had no protection. And her son asked me a question like, can you feel x-rays? And I remember saying, technically no, but I'm at the point where I can feel a sort of weird tingling sensation when I'm near them. And this woman who was like in her 80s had to sit down. She's like, Jeff, for you to say that means you know. And she says, I know that because all of my colleagues died from x-ray poisoning working for the government. She said, we know that feeling. And she's like, it's not something you just pull out of your ass and say to someone. I said, it's not documented anywhere. It's just one of those things. And so very, very strange topics.
Well, she lived into her 80s, so that's
Mhm.
reassuring that she
She
wasn't
did.
too poisoned.
Right.
Further explain what the hell you just described.
So I can't. I don't know. Physiologically, I don't know.
So you said a tingling
Yeah, it's
in a certain body part in your head. You're signaling your head.
it's almost like with the skin, I've noticed, but I mean, I don't know what the cause is, to be honest.
Sure.
I don't know the science behind it at
Oh,
all.
of course, but the people listening, I'm sure, haven't at all. So
Yeah,
if we're
yeah.
listening to you, we could document.
So it
you
would-
feel it externally, like skin, or inside?
Yeah, it's almost like a kind of itch on the surface.
Like beta. For a lot of my friends work out. Obviously, I work out a lot.
Yeah.
Beta alanine is not X-rays. But
Yeah.
beta alanine's a supplement,
Uh-huh.
and it's a vasodilator, so it helps you get like pumps and stuff working
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Helps dilate the blood vessels, but it gives you just one of the side effects is a tingling sensation.
Yeah.
People call it like an itch.
Yeah. It's
And
probably
they put
similar.
They put it in pre-workouts,
Mm-hmm.
and young kids will you either like the itch or you don't like the itch. Like it's very bizarre. I don't mind the itch because I know it's beta alanine, right? I'm not tweaking out.
Yeah.
But it's very, very unique. So there's some pre-workouts or formulations like pump supplements just to get you to fill up with blood that either have it or don't have it. Some people like it, some people don't like it. But it's a very eerie feeling
Yeah.
because you want to itch and you know nothing's there, but you feel the sensation.
Yeah.
If you've never tried,
this sounds very similar.
if you've never tried beta alanine, you get any GNC or whatever,
Yeah.
any supplements, or you can get on Amazon. I'm curious for you to try beta alanine. Take it like an actual dose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a supplement, you get over the counter. And I'm curious if that would give you a similar feeling.
Yeah.
So when you describe
try.
X-rays and feeling them, it's from the machines that you have, or
Well, it's from foolishness, actually. Like I've
accidentally.
I've photographed, and this is not something that I'm proud of. I've photographed many X-ray tubes in operation just to document what they look like, and also to try to understand why there were so many variations early on.
Variations of
X-ray tubes.
Of
So
tubes.
like so there was basically, let's say in the late teens, the modern X-ray tube was developed, and none of this applies.
the
After
late
that point,
18 teens.
19 teens. So like
19 teens.
1915, there was a guy, Coolidge. He developed what they call a hot cathode tube, revolutionized the whole industry, made everything a lot safer, a lot more consistent. They're still used today. So before that, though, the tubes were really chaotic. They were what they called gas discharge tubes. They were, the vacuums would fluctuate. It was a pain in the ass for the operator to use them. A lot of times a doctor would x-ray their own hands before moving to the patient just to make sure that the machine and tube were kind of in sync with each other, operating properly. So to get a better understanding of this, I did expose myself to a lot of x-rays. Not smart at all. Like I don't know long-term effects at all. But there again, I was being careless. You don't feel this stuff, so it's kind of like you're in the heat of the moment. You're more interested in the result than anything else.
So you could relate to the early pioneers
Absolutely.
of the exploration, the excitement, the innovation, the
Yeah.
technology. It's also the wonder, the
Yeah,
unknown.
there's a magic about it. I mean, it's still magic to this day. December 1895. I can't imagine Röntgen. It was interesting. He was actually researching UV. He was trying to see if these high vacuum tubes that people like Crookes were building, if they made ultraviolet rays, which was a logical question. They were looking at like light outputs, different wavelengths coming from things. And he turned on this tube, and he had the tube in a box to sort of shield any rays coming out of the box so he could control where theoretical UV would be coming from. And he had a fluorescent screen, which was basically like if you've seen like a black light poster, it would glow under UV. And he had it on the other side of the room, and when he went to get it, he reached down for it, and he saw the shadow of his hand light up on the screen with the bones inside. And obviously he knew what a skeleton looked like. And so that's where he kind of stopped dead in his tracks. And he spent a month or so kind of researching this idea. He said, I think I discovered something kind of interesting. But he put out a paper called A New Kind of Ray that was the most it was a major discovery, and yet the guy he was very nonchalant about it. Like, yeah, I seem to have discovered something. It kind of has these properties, and he wrote absolutely beautiful paper on it, not really wanting that much attention or credit or anything. And it really captivated the world back then.
And what was it that he discovered?
X-rays. So
X-rays.
he actually...
And give me his full name?
William Conrad Röntgen.
And I looked him up.
Wilhelm Röntgen.
He was in Germany.
He was.
Right? So I've listened to a lot of your interviews. I was telling you that before. I probably consumed about 8 hours of research between your interviews and reading from your website and podcasts and everything else, and also sitting and talking with you the first time we met.
Yeah.
So I learned a little bit about him. I didn't write down every single person, but he was in Germany, right?
He was in Germany.
He kind of bounced around. Why is he not really accredited with as much prestige? Is it because he was so nonchalant?
I think he is now, but back then he wasn't like in your face with things as Tesla and Edison and others were. He kind of announced this discovery, kind of even stepping back from his own importance in it, and which was crazy because people were working with these high vacuum tubes. He's the one who made the discovery. He discovered, okay, they go through different metals, different intensities. Some metals are more transparent, some aren't. Just a beautiful paper, but this paper is, blew people away. Like you could light up a tube and put a book between the tube and your hand, and you could see the bones of your hand through stacks of books. Like you can see the invisible. Like this was pure science fiction. And there were people like the guy Morton who he started treating people for cancer early on, but he discovered that you could make these x-rays with a burned out Edison light bulb. And he was pasting foil on them and making all these improvised x-ray tubes and putting it out there. And kids were trying it in their garages, and they had the equipment, and they were able to make very crude, x-ray images. And it really became something interesting. Like it captivated, anyone with a couple of brain cells bouncing around were suddenly like, what is this? What do you mean you can see the invisible? You can see through things. Like this is real science fiction right now.
Unreal.
Yeah.
So explain to me, you're able to do x-rays without radiation? Or is that not true? Explain to me what's going on.
The tubes, when you electrify the tubes, they make radiation.
Every time?
Every time. And so the fact that you're able to light up like a piece of cardboard with paint on it, or expose a piece of photographic film or plates or paper, it's kind of like UV. But with X-rays, it's not like radioactivity where something it's I get a lot of questions in the museum, like, aren't you afraid of the X-ray machines giving off radiation? I'm like, well, they only do if you plug them in and turn them on. Like, if just sitting there, they're safe. And so, yeah, with X-rays, it's a type of energy generated from one of these tubes, needs a high voltage to run, and it's generated from the duration that the thing is running, basically.
So you still have X-ray machines?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the oldest in the country, in fact.
Absolutely. So how old is the oldest one you have?
The oldest ones I have are prototypes of a guy, Kinraide. And they're dating from 1890s, 1896, 1897, when he was basically a patent rival of Tesla's, friendly patent rival for high frequency coils.
We're going to talk about him in just a bit because
He
we're going to have a
sounds good.
whole segment
He's his own.
on Thomas Burton Kinraide, correct?
Yep.
We're going to chat about him. Before we get to him, briefly explain, we're referencing tubes, X-ray tubes, right?
Yeah.
And Tesla coils a lot. Briefly explain what the tube is, very simply.
So the tube is it's basically a high vacuum tube, and if you think about a glass tube with a couple of pieces of metal sealed in the end, and you start taking the air out of that tube, like if you have a spark in the open air, it's of course looks like a little lightning bolt. If you take a little bit of the air out of the tube, there becomes less resistance and the spark will grow bigger. Like what might be an inch spark in the air could be a foot-long spark in a vacuum tube. And if you pull more and more of the air out, the spark becomes wider and it becomes less jagged and it starts to look like what we would think of as like a neon light. And so that stage happens, and as you pull more and more air out of the tube, the different molecules of air are heavier and lighter in our normal atmosphere. So as you're pulling out nitrogen and oxygen, you might end up with like hydrocarbons or something in the end, and the color starts to change as the vacuum gets higher. And so there'll be a point when there's not many air molecules left, and you get this kind of dotted lights. And then as the vacuum gets higher and higher, you'll start to see the glow pretty much disappears in the tube, but the glass itself will start lighting up. And the glass starts fluorescing. And if it's like normal, soft, like window glass, it'll glow like a yellow apple green color. And if it's Pyrex, it might glow a blue color. And this is showing basically the X-rays. And what X-rays are basically when there's so little air left in the tube that the electrons are bouncing, moving really fast, and they crash into each other in the glass walls. And when high-moving electrons stop all of a sudden, the product is an X-ray. And so it's kind of like if you imagine these little electrons like cars crashing into walls or barriers on I-95. When they make the crash, you get something called X-rays as a result.
That's where the X-rays dissipate.
Yep. And so in these X-ray tubes, there's basically electrodes that are formed where you accelerate the electrons in the tube, and normally they hit a target. And when they hit the target, the rays come off perpendicular. So they design the targets in such a way that, all right, I want to operate this tube and have the rays go basically in a direction I can predict. And then I can put the patient's arm there and a piece of photographic paper or whatever it might be.
But it took a lot of experimenting.
Ton of experimenting.
So before those experiments, it's just dissipating every direction, X-rays.
Yeah, in fact, the early vacuum tubes, they were making X-rays. They didn't have the connection. They weren't focused. So like if you tried to, they might make a piece of, like what Röntgen said, they could make something fluoresce, but they might not be able to make a good image of something.
Yeah, it wasn't focused.
Yeah.
So how far do X-rays dissipate?
So it's crazy. Some of these early tubes, like you could detect them 30 feet from the tube when it's operating. So it's...
And this is going through walls.
It's going through walls.
So you're playing around the garage and mom's getting X-rayed in the kitchen.
Could theoretically be. Yeah.
Right? Because just imagine houses today are getting closer and closer. Or imagine an apartment complex. I could not even comprehend.
Yeah.
So you're doing this thing on the third floor and you could be X-raying people in every direction if you don't know where it's going.
Exactly. Most of the time, like for, these type of experiments, you were, if it was typically a plate, you'd be pointing to the ground. So it would be going from
you think the ground, because if you're on the second floor.
If you're on the second floor, exactly.
You're aiming at the top of Bob's head.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
So the machine is sucking air out of the tube.
So the tubes are normally sealed.
They're sealed.
But it can be done like in a vacuuming process where it's actually, the tube's brought from like a neon stage to an X-ray stage. And that was part of physics classroom stuff. High school kids still in their 30s were X-raying their own hands just briefly to learn about it. But guaranteed they always had that connection point of once you see it for the first time, it's like, wow, that's magical. Like they would have understood the physics behind it. Even back then, based on like living through the experience.
Unbelievable. So there's a picture on your website of your hand
Yeah.
wearing a ring, right?
Yeah. Beer opening ring.
Right. It's green, right?
Yes.
What causes the black and white or green?
So the green is, these were typically coated with zinc sulfide, was a common, like,
What's coated?
the piece of paper. So the screen is basically like a piece of cardboard, and they would paint it with a fluorescent compound. So they had calcium tungstate. It was basically different fluorescent minerals that were ground up and used as a paint. So zinc sulfide worked really well. It was really efficient. Calcium tungstate was one, barium platinocyanides. They had a few formulas that they would use for this kind of thing.
You've learned all of this from just finding these really old books and reading?
Yes.
Because have you had, would you describe as like technical or formal education?
None. Zero.
Which is
I was a
mind-blowing.
terrible student in high school. And,
well, you found a way to learn, so I can't knock it.
These books are incredible. And I realized after a while, you begin to read them and you realize like which ones were kind of truthful, which ones weren't. And that's just based on experience, though.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. You've put over, how many gigabytes online?
Oh, the library's almost 500 gig right now.
Almost half a terabyte of free books online.
Yeah.
Free, right?
Yep.
And approximately how many photos have you uploaded?
Oh, it's a lot.
Like 250,000?
Oh, it's over that now.
Over 250,000 photos.
Yeah.
That you've uploaded for free online.
Yeah, I did it was hard to find a PDF page counter, but it's so far it's at least 300,000 pages just on the Internet Archive. And then my website's like 250,000 files, probably.
Unreal. So you've learned from reading these books.
Yep.
And experience after experience after experience, you're able to kind of help determine this was a book that was written and, this is what's inaccurate. And you've kind of been able to tell,
and it takes a
out.
lot, like because the history wasn't always formalized that well back then because of quackery and other things.
Yeah.
It took a lot of trial and error. And also it takes actually like real life experimenting to figure out, how much of it was bullshit in the books to sell more products versus reality.
Definitely.
But an interesting path. I mean, that's a lot of times why I replicated a lot of the experiments is just to see, all right, how much of this was real, how much of it wasn't.
Was truthful.
What was kind of embellished a little bit or a lot.
You could tell I know very little. And as I did more research, I felt like I just knew less and less and less. It's unbelievable. So I'll wrap up these vacuum tubes. I'm holding a pen. So if this pen in theory was empty, right? And you said there'd be electrodes on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's electricity being shot from both sides.
Yes. So each side would be an opposite charge, let's say.
Okay. And then it's connected in the middle.
In the middle, it's only connected through
the air particles.
Yeah, residual air particles.
And then as you just send more electricity to the ends, the air is dissipating.
What happens is so there's electrons inside. There's whatever like tiny residual bits of air are still there. They're what's being accelerated on the inside. So they respond to that electricity by moving.
And you just put more and more and more electricity.
Yeah, the more electricity, the faster they move.
Because would they measure, okay, I need this amount of air in the tube?
They did. So there was a lot of trial and error there too. Like how, and the other, I mean, it's going down lots of rabbit holes, but when you take a lot of the air out of a tube and you're accelerating electrons and things are heating up inside because of these x-rays and things happening, there's a chance that some things will give off. As I say, there's sometimes moisture and stuff trapped inside of materials. Even glass holds moisture. And so there was a whole processing thing, like how do you treat this lamp so that when you're not running it for 5 minutes making x-rays, the vacuum doesn't totally change because suddenly it releases stuff that was trapped in the electrodes or the glass walls or other
So eventually you'd measure this stuff.
Right? You were able to, it was hard to measure the inside of the tube once it's sealed because it's kind of like guessing what's happening inside. But you could tell based on like previous experiences of like either vacuuming out the tubes, seeing the different levels of things happening, seeing how things change as vacuums get harder and harder. And
so in theory, the electrons are crashing, right?
They are.
When they crash, they dissipate and the x-rays come out.
Yep.
In theory, how do you put more electrons in a tube? Probably a dumb question.
No.
How do you get more in there? How do you get more crashes? You just gotta
so
speed
actually,
them up faster.
what you want for more crashes is actually less air. So
Less air.
as you take them,
Not more electrons.
right? Because what happens? Well, there's two things happen. At the lower levels, the electrons can't accelerate that fast because there's too many molecules to bump into.
So you gotta have
And when
less.
that happens, they end up giving off light, and that's ionization. That's what happens in like a fluorescent light or
That's
a neon
boring.
light.
We don't want light. We don't want light. We want
So
X-rays.
for X-rays, you want to take out. You need a certain amount of them for it to do anything, but you need to take out just enough that they're able to get up to those high speeds. And so it's kind
you
of
don't
like
want go-karts. You want Formula One crashes, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like imagining trying to find an ideal situation on I-95
Wow.
when you're going somewhere. You want so many,
Yeah, little distractions or little traffic, right?
Yeah, and if the air's too perfect inside the tube, then the electrons don't have enough energy to be able to move. So it's all kind of like a balancing act.
And this technology is still used for modern X-rays?
So no, with this discovery in 1915 of a hot cathode, they were able to pull out way more air into the tube, have an almost perfect vacuum. And because they're heating a filament, when you heat up a filament, it gives off electrons. The heated filament does. So they were able to control how many electrons get introduced into that vacuum based on the temperature of the filament. And then they were able to put a high voltage across, and everything became suddenly way more stable.
Huh. What is that filament? What's that material?
Typically tungsten.
Tungsten.
Yeah.
Cool.
Which was used in light bulbs too. And that the same guy that ended up putting all that research, Coolidge, he was the first person to make tungsten ductile. And that's also where the tungsten filament light bulb came from.
What's his full name?
William Coolidge.
William Coolidge.
Yep.
Very cool. That was 1915.
So I want to say 1915, around there, because he was a pioneer for GE. He was a huge X-ray pioneer, but he also did a lot of other work too, metallurgy and that type of thing.
Wow. Very, very
cool
neat.
Guy. Super cool.
Everything's cool. The fact that you can recite these people off your head is unbelievable. It's crazy. It really shows your expertise and your knowledge.
It's getting harder because I'm getting older.
Well, you're crushing it. And that's why I find it so important. The same way that you're documenting, the more we could document you discussing this, because trying to replicate everything you've done it's like timeless.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Everyone says write a book. I'm like, I can't.
I had that question written down.
12,000 chapters. Like I wouldn't know where to begin.
Yeah.
But talking about stuff, then you go down these little rabbit holes. And
there's the proverb of a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So if you just start writing, because you know that I write every week, right? I think we've chatted about that.
Yeah, you mentioned
that's how the inception of this project started. So I challenged myself to write once a week. I've done so for, at the time of this filming, like 290 weeks over 5 years. So October 20th, 2020, I've written every single Sunday.
Oh, it's awesome.
And looking back, I'm like, oh, wow, it's a long time, right? But I wasn't thinking about 2026 and 2020.
Right.
I just had to start writing. So once you start writing, hopefully when you start writing, you just start writing on one subject. And then when you look back, you might be like, oh, that was chapter 3. But you don't have to think of this chapter 3 when you start, So just get your thoughts down and then you can organize them later. And they're actually easier to organize later, right? Because then you can realize, oh, I actually started in the middle of the book, but now I know if I have this done, I can go back and then go forward.
Yeah.
Right. And then when you have 12,000 chapters, you can just divide them up into a bunch of books, right?
Yeah.
So I find all this incredibly fascinating, as I've probably said 10 times. We've talked a lot about Tesla coils, and I've definitely just grazed over it. Explain what a Tesla coil is.
So it's good question. So there were digress a little bit. So they had static electric machines in the 1700s. They were making sparks. Of course, they made bigger and bigger static machines to make bigger and bigger sparks. They were curious to study electricity. But static machines had a problem in that when it was humid, they didn't work well. So if it was a rainy day, they sucked. Like you couldn't get anything out of them. So they came up with the idea of making coils to make sparks, which you could just hook up to a battery. You made a big spark. But the problem is to make a big spark with a coil, you needed maybe 5 to 10 miles of wire in the coil. And it was a bitch to wind them. Like it's like hair thin wire, and the geometry had to be right and insulation. They were prone to burn out. And so Tesla knew that. Other people knew that at the time. Elihu Thomson, Thomas Kinraide. There were a few people thinking at the same time, like, how can we make these sparks without as much wire? And they had the idea of, well, if we have all this wire to run something from a battery, maybe we can somehow up the voltage on one end and use less wire to get the same kind of transformations. And so that's kind of where it all began. And so Tesla was experimenting early on with this, and he was noticing that if you discharged capacitors into the coils without a whole lot of wire, you were able to get a big spark out, even though there wasn't much wire there. And it took him a while to actually figure out the logistics of why and how they operated the best. But he wrote some beautiful lectures describing all these different weird visual things he was seeing and so forth. Really inspiring books to read at that time, because he was very elegant with how he wrote everything. He could be talking about just a glowing light bulb and somehow it would seem magical when you're reading about it. And so there were other people, though, working on that at the time. And then they all started fighting after a while as to who came up with what first. But it was silly because it was a basic engineering problem in the beginning. Like, how do we generate big sparks without using as much wire? That's all a Tesla coil is. And today we have like fluorescent light fixtures, and we make UV lights here, for example. They all have this tiny little coil inside that is putting out a couple thousand volts to light a lamp. And it's all goes back to that principle. So how do you use and actually there's a term that comes up called resonance, where if you have a certain length of wire, it'll respond to a certain frequency by generating a high voltage. And so it's kind of like if you think of the opera singer singing and hitting a certain note and the glass shattering. You can do that electrically with these coils, where you hit a certain note and they produce big spark. And that's all they were interested in. Let's make big sparks. Let's figure out what to do with them.
And what kind of wire? Was it copper?
Copper wire.
Is it always copper?
Pretty much.
Because it's just so good at conducting electricity. Right. That's the reason.
Yeah, for the high frequency stuff. Gold could be used theoretically. Silver expensive. Could be used. Yeah. There was a guy building the induction coils, the predecessor of the Tesla coil, using iron wire in Ireland. The guy in Maynooth, Ireland, there was a priest named Hellen that was making these gigantic coils, and he was using iron wire, which I don't even know how he got it. Like it's like back then, why would you have wire back then? Other than to tie something up, like until
rudimentary
electricity came by. That wire, just having wire was a process.
That was a priest?
He was a priest.
And he just wanted to play electricity?
That was a whole other topic. Like, people were poor, generally. And the people who worked with electricity were ones that had money. And there weren't many people that had money outside of the church back then.
Sure.
So there were quite a few priests that developed electrical machines back then.
Very cool. So physically explain a little bit more about what these coils look like. So it's a bunch of wire. Yeah. And it's spun. What is it spun around?
So it's either, some of them are on like a tube shape. So it could be like today we wind them on PVC pipe normally because it's a convenient insulating tube. They used cardboard tubes back in the day. Some of them were flat wound coils. So they were coils that were formed almost like a flat watch spring. They were embedded in wax because of you needed to insulate them from air. They would burn up in the open air. Sometimes they were placed in oil to help insulate them. But generally, it was some type of spiral, either wrapped around something or in a flat shape or in a cone shape even. Two coils, one with a few turns and one with many turns. And if you pulse the coil with a few turns at the right frequency, the taller of the two coils or the bigger of the two coils would respond by producing a high voltage.
That's simple.
Yeah.
So you explained that the wire could be 10 miles long, right?
On the induction coil. So on the Tesla coils, the wire, it might be a few hundred feet of wire.
Oh, wow.
So it could be like the difference. You could make the same spark with, ounces of wire instead of
Pounds.
20, 30 pounds.
Wow.
And the geometry, the whole process of making them was much simpler. And that's also what attracted kids. So the same kids magazines, like kids like, oh, I can build that. I only have this much wire. So let's start from there.
Unreal. So the purpose of the wire is that because it's thin, it has to travel that distance, correct?
Yeah. So
you couldn't just have a copper tube that's solid.
Right. So
that doesn't work because it's
the wire. The wire. The other thing is insulated from itself. So it's this idea of like a coil of wire. Almost looks like a spring if you were to stretch it out.
Sure.
That geometry has a certain frequency that it will respond to.
Does it respond that way because of our gravity? How would that respond in outer space? Do we know that answer?
Oh, good question. Like in a perfect vacuum, I guess it would still respond if it saw the field, but you might not get the spark. Yeah, vacuum is insulated. So like a vacuum of space is like almost a perfect insulator.
It's perfect insulation.
So you'd end up with like the coil would probably be producing X-rays in the open air.
Has that ever been considered?
I don't know.
Well, I want
high
credit.
Vacuum, it would be interesting. Yeah.
For the people listening, I would love credit to test Tesla coils in outer space, right? Fascinating. So in theory, it has to be coiled like we just talked about with the insulation. You couldn't just have this really long string across, or obviously it's wire, not string, but you couldn't just have it straight across the room.
Well, that's actually a great question. So Hertz, who was a radio pioneer, originally he was using just long rods of like brass. So they would have a spark gap. They would pass electricity through a little spark gap, 2 brass balls with long rods going out. And he realized that if he had, let's say these rods were, 6 foot long on each side. If he had brass the same geometry across the room, if he passed a spark between these from a capacitor, he could see a little tiny spark across the room going between the other ones, but they had to be the exact same length. So you'd have to cut off like, paper thicknesses off the end.
Millimeters or.
Yeah. But so, it all depends on the frequency.
Wow.
So like microwave frequencies, very high frequencies, they respond to like shorter lengths of wire, or, they're microwave resonators. They're just like lengths of wire.
And that helped to reassure that by having a coil, you could have the same amount of length, but just compress the distance, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to have it stretch 10 miles. You could just have it.
Exactly.
I know that was the induction coil, but you know what I'm saying?
No,
right?
Exactly.
You don't have to have it so long. You just compress it because it's wrapped.
Yeah, it's still thousands of feet. It's what it.
Very cool.
And all of these frequencies, because of how many turns of wire, they have a certain resonant frequency I mentioned. So that to be able to make the other coil generate that frequency with whatever other materials you found, household stuff you built, there's like sweet spots. So it's
does the diameter of the wire matter?
Yeah.
Explain what
Absolutely.
that does.
So it affects largely the ability of the geometry to be made. And also how the diameter affects how much current can come out of the wire. So if you need a certain amount of like voltage and current to run like a fluorescent lamp, you have to size the wire properly so that the wire doesn't overheat while it's generating this.
Gotcha. So now further explain what Tesla coils are used for. You touched on it. What they were being used for back in the day, and what are they used for now?
Back in the day, it was more theatrical. They didn't know what they were doing. So, early on, it was look at these cool sparks. There was a guy, Elihu Thompson, brilliant engineer from Lynn, Massachusetts. There was a company, Thompson Houston. He was early kind of rival of Edison and Tesla. Then the companies got turned into General Electric, so he ended up working with Edison in the end. Brilliant inventor, though. But he was passing a 6-foot spark through his body on stage as theatrics. Like
how does it not kill him?
It was the frequency, and he could have gotten seriously damaged from that spark, just from it like cooking things inside that he wouldn't have known. But because he didn't feel the shock, he was able to do it on stage, and it was a really big deal back then because that was like.
Would he glow? I don't know.
He wouldn't glow, but it was he would it would definitely look like someone getting struck by lightning on stage. So the drama of that. Tesla was doing weird things, lighting wireless lights. He did a lot of stage shows that were captivating for people, especially people that didn't know electrical history that already happened before. So, he was, there were vacuum tubes producing light in 1860s.
I couldn't imagine the Civil War and this guy's lighting stuff up with his hands.
There were people doing it during the Civil War. Before that, there was a guy, Hawksby, in 1705, who made the first electrical machines, and he put mercury in a vacuum and was able to make artificial light back way before anyone even dreamed of doing anything like that. What was his name? Francis Hawksby. He was the real pioneer of electrical machines and then artificial lighting. I never heard of him, and then I found copies of his books online. I'm dying to find an original, but it was like every bit as inspiring as reading a Tesla lecture was this guy's work in the 1700s.
So what was he doing?
So the first thing he did was make an electrical machine. So there was a guy in the 1600s. It was there was a guy, Gilbert, that published a book on magnetism, and he was saying the Earth is one big magnet. And then there was this guy, von Guericke, Otto von Guericke was his name. He was basically saying, I think the Earth's electrical. And so he built a sulfur ball, and he would rub the sulfur ball. It would generate static, and pieces of paper would get attracted to it and fall away. And he's describing, well, this is like gravity. We can jump up and we eventually come back down, and the paper's doing the same thing. So he was trying to come up with ideas of like the Earth is electrical in nature. In reality, it's a little bit electrical. It is a little bit magnetic, a little bit of both. But this guy, Hawksby, he took the ideas of von Guericke, let's say 20 years later, and he says, I want to build a machine to generate this electricity. So he took a glass globe, and basically the same thing, hand crank, he'd hold his hand against it, it would generate static. He could notice all these cool effects of things, attraction and repulsion and this sort of thing. And von Guericke had invented the vacuum pump early on. So this guy had the idea, what happens if I suck the air out of this thing? And when he sucked the air out of the glass, he could generate the static, and suddenly he saw a glow inside. And I said, well, that's cool. This is like making light. And the next thing he did was, experimenting. I don't know, he got the idea of putting mercury inside. And he put mercury in a vacuum, and notice when he turned it, it glowed white. It was kind of
Do you think he was considering alchemy? That's why he picked mercury?
It's kind of in that realm of things back then. But he was an experimenter doing some really cool stuff. He was friction of materials to generate electricity. He had like balls of amber at the time being rubbed with wool inside of vacuums, generating light, generating electricity. A real pioneer in his days of just completely fucking around with things that were unknown at that time. Or there was like little hints of things being able to be done.
What caused mercury to glow? What's going on there?
So mercury is it's this interesting thing. All gases glow under a certain vacuum level, and mercury as a metal is off-gassing all the time. Mercury vapors, which is why it's dangerous if you break something mercury in your house. You'll breathe it in and it'll condense. And
does it have a scent?
Not really a scent so much as a taste. And that's another thing I shouldn't admit. Like walking into mercury vapor fumes, it tastes like chewing on the back of a pencil. Like you can taste the metal, and it's you don't want to do that. it's not a good thing to do.
You could tell I knew to ask you. Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I do know what it's like.
You had an answer. Okay, so back to mercury. It's liquid. It's off gassing.
So it's liquid. It's off gassing. So it's in every metal. Produces a certain spectrum of light, a certain spectrum of UV. And so spectroscopy is a whole other topic, really interesting. So when they put like these vacuum tubes, they would suck the air out and they would notice the air would glow. And then someone had the idea, like, let's suck the air out and let's put a little bit of like a pure gas inside, see what happens. And what they realized is that every gas that they put in, and back then it was nitrogen, it was carbon monoxide, it was alcohol vapors, like whatever they could find, they realized that it would give off its own colors. And they had ways of looking through the light through a prism and seeing what lines of the spectrum it was. And they say, well, this is really cool. Like we know if we see these lines being generated in these spots that it's this gas. And it's actually how they discovered helium. They learned by accident. They realized they were looking at gases, and they realized like, hey, we have lines here that we've never seen before. And that's how they discovered new elements. Now, in the same way, you can take like an electrical spark between two pieces of metal, like let's say iron or copper or whatever elements you find. It'll give off its own frequencies of light and UV. And if you have the right instruments, you can analyze those and you can guess what mystery metals are, let's say.
Would that work for alloys too?
It would totally work for alloys.
Because then you're blending colors, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I actually have a patent on that for generating UV. I do. And so
enlighten me.
So it's basically, I got during the pandemic, we were open 24 hours here because we were making air purifiers. Suddenly everyone wanted one, And I had gotten a chunk of meteorite called Moschner Lusta, and it was one of the oldest meteorites on Earth. And of course, you can buy anything on eBay. So I managed to get a little chunk of this meteorite, and it's 4.5653 billion years old, or 5356. I forget which numbers, but it's basically 200,000 years older than Earth. And I decided one day, I'm like, I wonder what spectrum this UV generates. And I set up a little capacitor discharge type of thing, induction coil capacitor, made these sparks between the meteorite. And it made the exact wavelengths of UV that killed viruses. Like there's a theoretical range of wavelengths that are most effective, and this seemed to generate all of them. So it was really interesting. And I thought, well, that's a patent on itself during the pandemic. Is it practical to make UV that way? No, it's not. Causes radio interference and everything else. But it was a start of me saying, all right, well, I found these books and we know that different elements make different wavelengths of UV, but what about alloys? Because we have alloys everywhere now. Let's see what wavelengths they all make. Maybe we can study different parts of the UV spectrum that we couldn't study with gas discharges using metals. And it is true. So it was able to generate a bunch of different frequencies. I tested over 184 alloys of metals together. And that's what this patent is about. But completely random kind of thing.
I'm at a loss for words. I have never had my mouth just open, just mesmerized constantly. The first time I met you, we spent 3 hours together and you walked me through the entire museum. And I've never been physically uncomfortable from someone picking up an object and just doing this. This object in front of me, this object is from the 1700s. My dad would never let me touch this as a kid. I can't comprehend it. And in the museum, you're going to turn something on and you're showing me and my mouth is just open. And then you tell me there's 3 of them in the world.
Yeah, no.
And you're holding one of them.
That's the point.
It's mind blowing.
I learned this from, there are a few people that are like this. And, I mentioned that there's an Edison collector, Chad Shapiro, brilliant guy in Baltimore area. But he has light bulbs like that, like the priceless light bulbs. And he will take it out and he will show you, this is the glass, this is what seals are used, this is why this is important. But you learn that way. Like you can walk through most museums. You walk through, there's stuff in cabinets, and you wonder, what the hell is all this shit? Like there's no actual learning process happening. And it's like, all right, this is an old refrigerator, this is an old that, but there's no parts of the puzzle making it interesting along the way. So my thing is, I want people to pick up history. I want them to experience it firsthand because they're more likely to remember it in a year's time. Oh yeah, I went to that strange place. The guy's lighting up this strange light bulb or whatever.
You and this museum are more than interesting. I'm still mind blown. So you took a meteorite and what did you do to it?
So
you electrocuted it?
Basically. So if you, the same thing happens in welding. And so if you're striking a welding arc between two metals, the metals are burning, they're melting into the air, and they generate a certain colors. And a lot of times it's blinding white light. But if you were to actually break down into wavelengths, each metal is unique. Each metal has its own fingerprint signature.
Were you wearing like a welding mask when you did that? with the meteorite?
So with the meteorite, I was wearing UV goggles. So it wasn't as bright as a welding arc, but I definitely had eye protection.
But did you know it would be, or you were just guessing? How would you know?
So because we work with UV here.
Okay. I don't know anything. That's why I'm asking these fun questions. But
and UV is not something fun to be burned by. Like unlike UV is a weird thing. It affects your eyes, but it doesn't happen until like 12 hours later. So if you're exposed to a high level of UV, you typically, it's happened to me a few times, you end up waking up to take a piss in the middle of the night and you realize you're blind. And it's the scariest feeling ever. Like your eyes just burn. It feels like there's sand in them. At times you can't even open them. And it's just the tiniest amount of light is blinding. Like it's agony. It's agonizing. So it's like, yeah, when you work around UV, you learn pretty quickly to protect your eyes.
Is that the same as the burns from welding? It's the same thing?
Same thing. And it goes away, but like depending on the levels, you could be this way for like 8 hours, and there's nothing more terrifying.
Yeah, I met someone, I don't remember who it was, but yeah, they were learning to weld. They didn't put the mask down. And while they're doing it, you don't realize, like you said.
Yeah.
Way later. And it looked like they had pink eye. Their eyes were like, it was rough.
And it's the next day, you can't really see very well.
Oh, man. I couldn't imagine.
But it's terrifying being alone and awake and not being able to see. Like it's just absolutely terrifying. And it heals on its own, typically.
In theory,
within
it could
a day. But it's not good. It's definitely not good for your eyes to do it repeatedly.
It could be permanent, right? In theory.
Yeah.
You burn it enough.
Yeah. It's terrifying.
How many meteorites have you bought online?
Up 3 or 4. I don't mean,
you've tested all of them?
They're expensive. Yeah. So
because in theory, they're different. They could be different.
They could be. And so majority of meteorites are iron and nickel. Seem to be like the main elements in them. And so in this case, iron and nickel was what was generating that part of the UV spectra. And I actually, because obviously you're not going to just buy meteorites to make UV with them. It would be a pity. But I was able to melt iron and nickel together in a crucible and make electrodes and make, let's say, artificial meteorite alloy that way and get the same spectrum of UV. And this was something that dates back actually to guys like Kinraide. They were doing these experimental, like open air spark UV sources. They weren't very efficient, but it was what they had early on. Before they developed UV lights, this is what they were doing. And before that, there were open air carbon arcs since the early 1800s that a guy named Niels Finsen actually got a Nobel Prize for in 1903, was treating form of lupus in Copenhagen, and successfully with UV. So there's, as much as there could be quackery and a lot of like phototherapy, light therapy, it's one of those really kind of fringe topics. There's definitely some legitimate.
Explain what that was. It went entirely over my head. The Nobel Prize was for what?
So there's a type of lupus vulgaris, where people just get they look horribly disfigured from this disease. And it's caused from lack of UV, lack of sunlight. And if you think about Scandinavia, it's dark for half of the year. So the Scandinavian regions were more prone to this one particular type of lupus. And Finsen, he was realizing, okay, we can generate these open air carbon arcs. I don't know if I demonstrated it in the room next door. There was like 2 carbon rods and it made a blinding white light when you struck a welding arc between them.
You've turned on so many things in front of me that quick sidetrack. When I walked into the museum, before I walked into the museum, you asked me several questions. You looked at me and said, is there any electrical device keeping you alive?
Yes.
And I said no. And then I'm like, well, I'm wearing a ring. I'm wearing a necklace. I had my phone in my pocket. I don't know if you noticed, you hesitated. And you're like, no, that's okay. I was like, all right, what the hell am I walking into? And you're just turning things on and things screaming at me, growling, lights, arcs, all sorts of stuff. Yep. So I can't exactly remember what you turned on in front of me.
Well,
you may have.
This was it was in the next room here. Okay. But this was so this guy, he basically put 2 and 2 together. So he was an interesting character because smallpox was a thing back then. And I don't know if you've heard of like chicken pox. People keep them in the dark rooms. There were measles and things. There was
They kept them in rooms?
like dark rooms because in case of smallpox, if you got this and then were exposed to sunlight, you would break out in lesions. So it'd be like if you had this sickness, they would typically keep you in a dark room because if you went out into the light, you'd end up with all these like welts and things that were horrible. And so Finsen was studying that in Turkey, the Turks were putting people, instead of in dark rooms, they were lining the rooms with red tapestries, and the people seemed not to break out with these lesions. And so he had the idea, I said, well, we don't have tapestries here in Denmark like that, but maybe we just put red glass in the windows. And he did. And that way there was light in the room, people could still function and see, but the red glass cut out the wavelengths of sunlight that was causing these lesions to form. And so that was the first part of his research. And then he started to have the idea of this light therapy where he was striking these carbon arcs, which are basically like welding arcs, and realizing that they produce a lot of UV, they produce a lot of visible light. He was able to treat the people that had this form of lupus and essentially cure them of it. And so it was a big deal. He got a Nobel Prize for it. And unfortunately, he was sick himself. He suffered health conditions and he died not too long after, but he died a hero basically for coming up with this. And it opened up people's minds like, okay, that's kind of cool. Like there are, we know you can get sunburned in the sun, but there's good and bad that can come from all of this stuff.
That's still a treatment today? I would hope, for that specific lupus.
To be honest, I'm not sure what they're using today for it. I don't even know how prevalent it is right now. Like they might have supplemented in other ways with, vitamin D. I don't know. I don't know what the real cause was, but they're probably using germicidal lights or something like that today. And if you've heard, I don't know, there's another form of treatment where babies that are born with jaundice have to go under these Billy lights. It's a blue light therapy.
I don't know what it's called, but yeah.
So, yes.
My wife's a labor and delivery nurse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they just have these protocols of put the baby here, do this.
Yeah. So
warmers and
yeah. So there's a type of light that if a baby's born with jaundice, that it helps correct that.
Yeah.
Early on.
Not cook them.
But, cook them, but it's
right.
it's not like a welding arc. It's just like a blue tinted light bulb.
They're less fun. Yeah, right. I have so many notes, and the more I talk to you, the less I know, right? I have written down, like I've noted, I've listened to hours of you.
Poor guy.
I'm sitting here today. We could go 7 hours easily right now. We're not. But you've talked about Bob McCoy.
Bob McCoy, yes.
Yep. I would bet a lot of money that no one listening knows who Bob McCoy is. So who is
Bob? Bob was a great guy. He was in Minneapolis. He had so when I first started this, Googling, no, there wasn't Google yet. Whatever
Google
it was,
didn't
Alta
exist.
Vista, Yahoo. I don't remember what I was using back then.
Yeah.
But he had a museum of questionable medical devices, and it was the only other website that mentioned any of this stuff. And he said it was all quackery. Like he was a firm believer that none of this stuff was legitimate. And I was kind of on the fence. Like, I'm like, well, if it's a surgical machine, there's only a limit to how quacky it can be. They were actually using it for surgery. So I would strike up conversations with him, and ends up being a really nice guy. And so he got a lot of his collection. The FDA, when they confiscated stuff, they had a warehouse with a lot of the stuff that didn't get destroyed. And it was just like in storage somewhere. And he got a lot of that equipment. And he built a little museum. And he got free space in like a shopping mall in Minneapolis to show this equipment. And he didn't charge admission. And he looked like kind of W.C. Fields. And he would, do his little carnival act like I do here. And he reached out to me to help him with a book he wrote. This was back in, early 2000s. And he was often on late night TV shows. And I don't know how he pulled this off, but it was like David Letterman, Jay Leno type of shows.
Really?
He'd be on at midnight pulling out these antique shock devices, dildos, breast enlargers, you name it. He would have some weird contraption, but it kept the late night crowd entertained. And we were supposed to do the Steve Harvey show together because he had retired and we had this really cool episode planned. But he had already donated his equipment to a museum, science museum in Minneapolis. And we had asked to borrow some of it for the episode. And they agreed to it. But then they sent, it was Warner Brothers at the time, they sent him an invoice for like $6,000 to borrow it. And they canceled the show on the spot. And it was like, Bob was shocked, I was shocked. And so it didn't happen. But it was going to be a really cool episode of TV back then.
Wow.
But
fascinating. He passed away in 2010?
I believe so,
right?
yeah.
I did read about him.
Yeah, he was a cool character. And we didn't, it was interesting. We didn't agree totally on what was quackery, what wasn't. But we were still friends. Like, it's okay to disagree with people on stuff. Yeah. And we, there weren't many people we could talk to like this and just, who really knew the equipment. And he had a fascinating collection of stuff. Like,
did you accumulate any of his belongings?
No, I didn't.
No,
I didn't.
But it is still around in another museum? It's the same museum that sent the invoice has it all. I think some of it might be on display now finally, but I'm not sure. Wow. So things like that get lost to history again.
Easily.
Being rediscovered.
It's the hardest thing because medical collectors have historically been weird. And so what's the problem is, there's my close friend, Frank Jones, we collaborated. We were bitter competitors on eBay for 10 years. And then we met each other finally. And then we became best friends. Like, why would we hate each other? Like we do
same team.
We're exactly on the same team. And so him and I would put information out into the public. Like we were the odd ones out because historically medical collectors would hoard stuff and not want to share it with the outside world. Why I have no idea. It's like, and I joke about it saying these were the same people, their families hated them. They were just the weird uncle or something living somewhere with all this stuff. Whenever they die, the family would just throw out all the stuff because they didn't like the guy. Or they would auction it off thinking it was all priceless when in reality, who's going to buy an antique shock device? Like, there's a limit to how much, anyone would pay for this kind of crap.
Yeah.
So
fascinating.
A lot of stuff got lost that way.
Do you know how Bob fell into it?
I don't know how Bob started.
Yeah.
Early on. And I'll have to check his book because I'm sure he writes about it in the book.
Very, very neat.
Yeah.
So, as we've noted, you've learned about so many people, and a lot of these people are not known.
Yeah.
To almost anyone else, right?
Right.
So, of them is Thomas Burton Kinraide. Let me flip through my notes. I met you months ago, never heard of this guy, and you're talking and talking and talking. I've since looked up, there's not even a Wikipedia page.
There isn't. There isn't. And it's
almost everything on the internet about this extremely important inventor is because of you.
It is, and it's my own demise right now because we're trying to get his house declared historic, and it's like the people in charge of that are like, but you're the only resource that mentions him. Like it's hard for them to authenticate something like that when there's only one source of information out there.
But we have these books, right?
I get so many books, so much information.
So I think we just need someone to take the time to
it's
read
convincing
the evidence.
Them. Oh yeah,
right?
It's all here. It's all, he was famous in his day.
Yeah. So the people listening, I've definitely hyped him up. Explain who is Thomas Burton Kinraide.
So he was such a strange character. So I read about him in Dr. Strong's book, the High Frequency Currents book. And it's actually what kind of sent me down the rabbit hole of being so obsessed with all this stuff. So the doctor writes in his book how he got started, which doctors didn't write in medical books. Like there was no like rabbit hole sidetrack things. But he mentioned that like when he was interested in x-rays, he had visited the house of a guy, T.B. Kinraide, in Jamaica Plain, and witnessed x-rays at a time when most physicians were struggling to x-ray soft tissues like the hands. This guy was doing whole human skeletons in his house. And so he had refined the equipment and everything to a degree that nobody else was able to do. And And then he ended it. That's all he mentions of the guy. Yeah, a picture of a couple of his machines. That's it. And I just remember reading that thinking like, I got to find out who this guy is. And he mentioned a bunch of names in the book, but for some reason, this name Kinraide, I was just like, I got to figure out who this guy is. And I bought every X-ray book that I could find and afford. And in the 90s, X-ray books were kind of expensive. Sometimes they'd be $300-$400 for like a old, thick X-ray book. But I bought every one. And at best, I found like 1 or 2 sentences on this guy. And I ended up replicating one of his devices. And it worked just from crude photos. It sent me down a just rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole. And that night I had a dream as I was uploading stuff in dial-up days to the internet. There was a dream. I knew Jamaica Plain was outside of Boston. That's all I knew. And I had a dream I was taking a Greyhound bus to Boston to look for this guy's work. And the only thing I remember in the dream is right before I woke up, there were 2 kids kind of on the bus, teenagers being annoying teenagers, giggling and laughing. And they turned around and said, "Hey, you like coffee? Go to the June Bug." And I woke up like 2 a.m. with that in my head. And so I went to the search engine, looked up June Bug coffee and found June Bug Cafe in Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts. And I'm like, oh, it's a sign. It's a sign. And I said, maybe I need to go to Boston, try to look for this guy's stuff. Told my ex-wife, she's like, fuck you, you're not going to Boston. This is stupid. And I ended up thinking about it though, like all year. And I built another replica of one of his inventions. And I was expecting like Cool Dream or something that night. Nothing happened. And the next day I got a phone call though. And it was from an anesthesiologist historian, which I guess they exist. His name was Gerald Zeitlin. And he introduces himself. He said, "Jeff, I'm in Forest Hills Cemetery, Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts, at the grave of William James Morton. And it says that he discovered high-frequency currents. But I thought Tesla discovered high-frequency currents. And you have the only website that mentions both of these guys. What do you know about it?" And I just like, okay. So I answered the guy's question. And I said, "Forest Hill Cemetery, Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts." I'm like, "Do you know the June Bug Cafe?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it's a coffee shop down the road." And I said, "All right, I'm booking a ticket to Boston. I don't care. Like this is interesting." And I booked a ticket for about a month out. And then I ended up building one more of his inventions, something small in the next few weeks. And next day, no phone calls, no weird dreams, but one of his patents came for sale. And I happen to have one of his patents here, but this wasn't the one I bought. This is one of his German patents. But I didn't expect to get the patent in time because it was in the UK. And it arrived like the next week. I guess they airmailed it. And post was quicker back then. And on the patent, like when you file a patent in the US, you put your name and your county where you live. When you're an American filing a patent in the UK, you actually put your street address. So the first line of this patent was, "I, Thomas Burton Kinraide of 38 Spring Park Avenue, Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts." And so I saw that and I thought, oh, I said, I have the guy's address. So I look it up and I see Eclipse Realty was the name. And I call a number and there was a guy named Steve Williams who answered the phone. And I'm like, "I'm so sorry, this is a weird conversation, but I'm researching a guy named Kinraide who apparently lived at 38 Spring Park Avenue. Is there any chance that your business or your house is from the turn of the century?" And he's like, "Yeah, Kinraide built my house. It's really extraordinary. Like it's, it's kind of famous in town, but nobody knows who he was." And I said, "Can I visit? Can I come to your house?" He said, "Yeah, absolutely." So this was a week before leaving for Boston. And so I flew to Boston, went to what I thought was going to be a house. No, it was like Scooby-Doo. It was this giant mansion of a place, 25 rooms. And knock on the door, no answer. And I called the guy and he's like, "Oh, Jeff, I had my daughter had an emergency. I had to leave town, but hang tight. I'm going to have my handyman let you in." And so I'm standing in front of this mansion, and suddenly, it was I forget the handyman's name. Nice guy. He was a Cuban guy from Florida, ironically, who was like fixing this guy's houses. The guy was a realtor. And the guy gave me free roam of the house, and I started in the basement of the house, and I saw what looked like a closet door kind of off to the side in the basement, and there was a bicycle and a bunch of stuff in front of the door, and I'm like, I want to see what's in that closet. And I told the guy, and he's like, look, you move the stuff out of the way and put it back when you're done. I'll be back in a few hours. And I moved everything out, and the closet door, which looked like it was going to be maybe, 10 foot long by a few foot deep, open it up. It's maybe like 3 foot inside. There was a little window that you could kind of see the outside world. This was in the basement, so it was downstairs, and the window was up high. And instead of being a closet, it was a passageway. And it led me to 4 rooms that were completely hidden from the rest of the house. And I found the equipment that I read about in Strong's books still in the rooms. And I realized, like, holy cow, this is why I was so obsessed about this guy. Like, this stuff was there waiting all these years. And I called the guy, Steve. I said, Steve, you're sitting on a gold mine. Like, this guy's equipment's still here. It's really important X-ray equipment early on. He's like, oh, Jeff, take it all. I'd have thrown shit away if I found it. I wouldn't have known what any of it is. And I packed up 35 boxes and shipped them back home. And I ended up leaving, and I ended up meeting him years later. But it was that kind of was a catalyst to really start things going. And I found the oldest Tesla coils in the world. I found the prototype of this guy's patents. I found his original hobby was photographing electricity. He was trying to figure out what electricity was. And so he designed this kind of early form of Tesla coil to photograph electricity. And the X-ray discovery happened. And as it happened, just as a coincidence, they needed high voltage to run X-ray tubes, and this machine was perfect. So he was one of the first people to market an X-ray machine in the US, was highly successful. And it was kind of like the start of the X-ray industry in the US. And this guy was a major, major part of that discovery. And I found hundreds of glass photos of sparks and stuff that's like unreal. Stuff that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. And eventually, like, his family contacted me, distant relatives, like Kinraides. So pieces of the puzzle started to come together after a while. And I actually have original photos from his family that they just gave me. And the guy's life was really, really strange.
What else have you learned about him?
So he came from Canada, New Brunswick, and he had settled early on in Philadelphia. He met a guy named Keeley, who was pretty famous or infamous, as it were. The guy claimed to have a perpetual motion kind of motor. He had a motor that you could, only he knew the energy source. It was going to replace steam power, originally 1875. And as hydraulics, pneumatics, electricity became prevalent, it was going to replace all those things. And the guy was a complete fraud. And so Kinraide moved, he was in Philadelphia for a while. And so he met this guy, he became good friends with him. And he met an older woman that he fell in love with. And the woman, depending on who you asked in the family, she either ran a boarding house or a whorehouse. And so...
An interesting woman.
It would seem like it was the latter. But, at the time, this was years ago, the woman's daughter was still alive. So it was kind of like, not something.
Not something to be proud
She was
of.
willing to go along with it. And the guy had a crazy life. So the story is that there was the jewelry company, Tiffany Company. It was originally called Tiffany and Reed. And the Reeds were spiritualists. And so I've heard 2 stories. One was that he knocked on a door looking for a glass of water in Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts. The other story from the other side of the family, the more colorful side of the family, let's say, was that he was working at the Biltmore Hotel, and they had came to stay at the hotel, and he took their suitcases, and they said that he was the reincarnation of their son. And they offered him $20,000 a year to act as a male nurse to take care of them. And Kinraide jumped on it. It was 1891. $20,000 was unheard of amount of money back then. And he ended up building a house with that money, which was the 138 Spring Park Avenue. And he took up electricity. That was his passion, was wanting to learn about electricity. And within a few years, he was one of the top people in the US associated with high voltage and x-rays and all that sort of stuff. And so he ended up building these machines out of his house, and he sold $5,000 worth of x-ray machines a year, which was a lot of money back then. And these are some of the catalogs. And originally they were like around $230 for one of these machines, which was a lot of money, but they're very complicated. After a year of making them, he had a bunch of complicated molds. There, parts of them were cast out of ebonite. He had a full machine shop in his house, full chemistry lab, dark room. Like he used the money well to build like the proper experimenters type of house. He was very quiet otherwise. He wasn't looking for public attention at all. He just wanted to do research. After a year of selling these machines, he paid for all the equipment that he bought. And he lowered the price to half, which was never done since. And he's like, I don't need royalties anymore. I just want the profession to have the benefit of x-rays. And nobody ever did that since. Nobody ever walked away from royalties. And it was because he was already pretty much wealthy from taking care of this Tiffany stockholders. And they ended up dying, and he didn't get any of the Tiffany company or anything like that, but he maintained wealth throughout his life as an inventor. And crazy story. So he had invited this woman who he met and fell in love with, and her daughter to live with him in the house, and he was x-raying everyone in the house to kind of perfect his machine, and he burned the daughter severely. And so the mom, Rachel, said, well, we don't know if she's going to die from these x-rays, so marry one of us or we'll sue you. And so he was in love with the older woman, but he wanted to have kids, and she had an operation so that she couldn't have kids, probably because of her profession. And so he ended up marrying the 16-year-old daughter, which was really weird because he was 40, and they ended up having 5 or 6 kids. And there was a point when she wanted out of the marriage, so she went to the press and said, my husband's been having an affair with my mother since our honeymoon. And it was front page news, and he ended up fleeing Boston after that.
Wow.
But crazy story.
Was that true?
Yeah.
Because he was in love with the mother the whole time.
Yes. So just crazy, like stuff that you feel like it's science fiction or something made up. But the guy, back then spiritualism was a big thing. Reincarnation and all that, I've seen it in Strong's books. Like they weren't, especially the X-ray pioneers, they weren't discounting everything. They weren't holding on to traditional religions at all. They were looking at the world a lot more openly. And he was parts of like psychic societies and that sort of thing. Like they were all interested in that kind of stuff. And so I can imagine for him being like a nobody suddenly, gaining all this wealth.
Unbelievable.
Like why like a guy wouldn't stop for water at someone's house and then suddenly get a $20,000 a year offer of, taking care of them for something, unless something really weird happens. So
So when did you discover his house? Approximately?
This was 2004.
2004. So you explored his house.
Yep.
We'll start in the basement, which is where you started.
Yeah.
So you discovered all this stuff. You called the owner and said, you have to do something. He told you to take it.
Yeah.
So you drove it all home.
Mailed it all, which I regret. I wanted to drive it all home. So some of the glass got broken, this and that, because it was very rushed.
Yeah.
And I worried that if I didn't take anything then, he might change his mind, and suddenly then I don't have all the stuff. So
sure. But you got it all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. And
Well,
you
I
still
got most of it. And I ended up going back earlier this year. Unfortunately, Steve died of prostate cancer. And so his wife sold the house. And I was able to negotiate a final trip with the new owner to at least recover some of the other stuff that was there. And it wasn't really so much pertaining to his inventions, but just his life in general. So he was a rum runner during Prohibition. So there were whiskey barrels I definitely wanted to take. There were like bathtubs and stuff of his kids that were there back in the day. There was like different tools and stuff that he had lying behind. And it's like, okay, yeah, like
all in the basement?
All in the basement, all in these hidden rooms. There were light fixtures. And what killed me, the new owner of the house bought it to subdivide it into like a townhome. And he was like ripping out oak walls and original like stuff from the 1890s that you cannot find any other examples of, throwing it out the window in the dumpsters. And so it was really a pity on that side. But I got what I could. And so I have, as an example, the Thomson Houston light. There were a lot of people developing light bulbs simultaneous or after Edison, but because of the wire feed throughs, Edison was able to sue them all and win. So Edison's light bulb became the primary light bulb, basically. But his house was built with one of the competitors before they stopped making those type of bulbs. So there was all these original lamp sockets in his lab that were just super, super rare to find. And so I got the original light fixtures. I got whiskey barrels. I have a speakeasy door that I ripped off the hinges when he was, feeding people their whiskey at Prohibition. Like just priceless stuff that from a kind of storytelling point of view.
Unbelievable.
And
you have it.
I have it. I did drive home. So I rented I think it was a Suburban, and that's why I bought full insurance. It was so dusty and packed to the roof. I couldn't fit anything else in it.
Unreal. So you discovered other parts of the house. What else did you discover in his house?
So it was interesting. Like there was so much I couldn't find, but I was looking. So the story is that there's a hidden passage between his house and a neighbor's house. And I was dying to find that passage. And the story originally was that I heard, this is kind of urban legends maybe, but the neighbor, originally the mayor of the town, lived in his house. And so there were stories that there was an underground passage to bring the neighbor booze during Prohibition where nobody would know. And so I was dying to find this passage because who knows what's in it? There could be some of his equipment still in it or who knows what. And the owner originally told me, Steve, that there was parts of a room that were blocked off from the house, and he didn't want to talk about why. And so it had me wondering, because of Kinraide's interest in the occult and all this, maybe there was some hidden room in there that had stuff that just scared the daylights out of him. You imagine buying a $2 million house and being a little superstitious, and you opened a room with, who knows what inside. So I don't know. I couldn't find any trace of that.
Steve never told you about it?
When I met him in person, he mentioned something, and then he kind of he didn't want to talk about it anymore. So it was I'm like, okay. But it's always something that's been in the back of my mind.
What about he had hidden walls, right? And rooms upstairs?
So, yeah. So to get to his lab, so the entranceway to his house, apparently the machine shop, if there's no signs of it anymore, but he had a machine shop in the entranceway of his house. He had a full chemistry lab. He had dark rooms. He had all sorts of cool toys. But there was a hallway where the walls were sort of lined in oak with this kind of fancy molding. There was a certain spot in the hallway where if there was a double push button switches from the time period, if you hit it, part of the wall would retract open, and it revealed a hidden staircase. And when you went down the staircase, you entered into the room where there was a secret ballroom. And there were 2 or 3 smaller rooms completely off the blueprints and cut off from the rest of the house. And I knew about these rooms. Steve had showed me too. He had made them into a billiards room. It was really, really cool. But it was in that room that he said that he found some entrance to somewhere else. And so I'm still on the fence. I don't know if it was maybe the rooms I was exploring that they discovered and just there was no electricity down there. Maybe just didn't want to deal with it or whatever.
Creeped him out.
Yeah, yeah.
You told me the first time I met that you took pictures,
Yes.
right? Tell me about the pictures you took downstairs.
So something interesting happened. I lost my wedding ring when I was in the house. And so when the first trip, 2004, I was with my ex-wife, and we went for dinner that night. And she was expecting like a trip to Boston. That didn't happen. Like I was in the house the whole time. And at dinner, I noticed the ring was missing. It was normally like tight on my fingers, and it was a platinum ring. And she's like, we got to find the ring. Like, we're not leaving without the ring. So we went back in, and we were in these rooms. And so something strange had happened. Like when we were packing the boxes, everyone had left the house. The handyman was gone. It was just me alone in the house, and the oil furnace turned on and was making a lot of noise. And it kind of freaked me out, because I'm like, as I'm packing up all this stuff excited, I'm like, am I doing the right thing? Should the stuff stay here? Who am I to take all this stuff? And I felt like there was something in the doorway, and I took some pictures, and there's this kind of a giant spherical thing that showed up in the pictures. And by camera logic, it's a dust particle or something that was trapped in the lens, but it was there at a time that just totally freaked me out. And I was just frozen in place, and my ex-wife had went to get priority mail boxes at the post office at the time. She came back and saw me kind of nervous. What's wrong? I just handed her the camera, and she was like, what the hell is that? And I'm like, look, this is what happened. And so it was kind of an interesting moment. And she's like, ghost or not, I don't care, you're getting your wedding ring. So we went back into the hidden rooms, and we're looking everywhere for this ring. And I remember her yelling out, like, give us back the ring, Kinraide. We know you had a bad marriage, but you don't have to steal the ring. And I took her picture while she was saying that, and she was surrounded by these kind of funny shapes. And so it's not something I would typically believe if I heard someone else say it, but it was interesting to be in that spot. And so we had a lot of like ghost people coming to the house after, interested in like just hearing the story. It's all kind of weird anyway, finding the guy's stuff, reading about it. And consistently, every time I replicated this guy's work, something else would come out of the woodwork. There was a family member calling, or one of his original machines would show up. And it was coincidentally the day after I would actively try to build something of this guy's. And it was completely random whether it was something showing up on eBay and I would reach out to the people. I'm like, hey, can I ask why you listed this today? Because I'm just curious, trying to piece together kind of like puzzle pieces. And normally it was like, no, it's just something we had in the attic forever, decided to sell it. Like there was no rhyme or reason behind why any of this would show up. But it was always something kind of interesting. And
did you find your ring?
Yes.
Where was it?
So this is the even crazier part. I sent everything priority mail, and of the 35 boxes, 32 of them showed up. This was Tuesday, because I think we mailed them all on Saturday, 3-day priority mail kind of thing. So Tuesday, I come home and there's stacks of boxes next to the door, and the ring was sitting next to them. So either it was in one of the boxes and somehow fell out logically, or I don't know. But the ring was there.
Some of the boxes never arrived?
3 of the boxes arrived like a couple days late. Like they were just tied up.
Okay, cool.
But I guess it was in one of the boxes and somehow came out, but I didn't see like damage or anything to indicate like, one box spewed open or something. So it was weird.
Very.
Going there, finding stuff, and finding the ring. And now the ring I lost again subsequently, and that's its own
this conversation. It'll prop up, right?
Well, this was years later, but
pretty wild. So explain some of the machines you were able to recover from his house.
So this gets even more interesting because I go down these rabbit holes. There's a museum in Belgrade that has a lot of Teslas.
Where's Belgrade?
Belgrade's in Serbia. So it's capital of Serbia. And it's a weird place to deal with. So when Tesla died, his documents went to Serbia, which was technically his homeland was in Croatia. He was of Serb descent living in Smiljan, which was a city in Croatia, but his stuff went back to Serbia from one of his relatives that decided to do that when he died. So hundreds of thousands of documents. Tesla kept everything. And so this museum's been notorious for not cooperating with people for 50 years. Like, it's just like a black hole that his stuff ended up at. And I reached out to them and they finally got a response. And I was like, look, I'm looking for paperwork if you have anything on a guy, Kinraide. And sure enough, Tesla kept a huge file on Kinraide, which I didn't know about. And there were letters back and forth between Dr. Strong, Tesla, Kinraide. Like, they corresponded with each other. And I imagined probably they did, but without proof. It's just speculation. And so there were letters from Dr. Strong describing Kinraide's machine that he saw the x-rays with in the basement, asking him if it's anything patentable or unique about it. And Tesla said, no, there's absolutely nothing unique. It'd be a waste of time. And sure enough, Kinraide has 3 patents in different countries on that same device. And I have parts of that device that I found in the house. And I found letters between Tesla and Kinraide where Kinraide was developing X-ray screens, like the fluorescent screens to see live X-rays. And he's actually wanted to gift Tesla one, just out of respect. And Tesla was kind of like, I don't take gifts. Like, I'll buy one like a normal person, kind of being snooty Tesla. And he ended up using his screens. And, and Kinraide's like, how do you like them? And Tesla's like, I don't provide testimonials to people for their products. Like, and in the end, he said, like, it's probably not as good as stuff made in Europe, but I'm going to use it anyway, was his final response. Like, kind of being a dick. But Tesla was difficult at the best of times. At times, when he was dealing with people that wasn't giving him money, it was kind of like he could be very helpful with people. He could be very friendly, but he could be also
crude. Yeah,
kind of crude. And so what's interesting, Tesla built that tower in Wardenclyffe up there. He built a tower in New York. He was going to send wireless energy across the Atlantic. He was commissioned to really send radio across the Atlantic, and he kind of went overboard and then ran out of money. And then Marconi did it, and the rest of that story. But originally, that tower had a donut shape on top of it, a toroid, and it got thrown out at the patent office. And it got thrown out because Kinraide had a prior patent on it. So Tesla had a file on a lot of these people. And so a lot of times people say, oh, all of Tesla's ideas were original. He was very much studying what other people were doing at the time. And a lot of times trying to sue them if anything. But the issue with Tesla is, the issue I have with him is that he was very interested in perfecting everything to like the nth degree. And in that quest, he wasn't actually marketing anything or selling anything. And so it's admirable of him to like try to refine everything to perfection, but at the same time, he wasn't making money off of anything because of that. And people say, well, he didn't want money. No, he did want money because he was suing people left and right that followed through and actually commercialized his stuff. A lot of times they were just simplifying what he was doing and making it practical to market. And then he was, taking offense to that.
Do you think he was paranoid?
Definitely. He definitely suffered mental illness to some extent. And I'm not sure exactly how you'd classify it, but you can tell in his writings there were times that he was very level-headed and there were other times that he was obviously distressed over things.
Was he an only child?
No, part of a big family, actually.
Was he the youngest?
Good question. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think he was youngest.
It'd be cool to have psychologists read his writing to help interpret, what was going on.
It was interesting. I mean, I know it was funny because like he put out all these concepts in his lectures that were really interesting. And then anytime anyone refined them to a degree that made them practical, he would be snarky in the press and say like, oh, I came up with that idea 10 years before. This is nothing kind of thing. And I'm like thinking into myself, no, it's not nothing because they actually turned it into something practical and it's changing the world because they did that. You didn't finish what you started. And so how can you sit back and complain?
Yeah, part of it's jealousy.
And what a lot of people don't realize, I have this is from Westinghouse, you know. He came up with these beautiful ideas for early polyphase motors and things, but he didn't really have the means of making the prototypes and finishing them. And, you know, the ideas are brilliant, but you need the second part of all that. And it was Westinghouse's people that actually did that. And they had endless respect for Tesla. So, you know, they were greatly appreciative of him and everything he did. But it was often them that had to make it all work. And Tesla would tell the press, every time I had an idea, it worked first, you know, worked right the first time. No, this is complete bullshit for the newspapers. It took years for them to get everything to work right.
Unbelievable. We're definitely going to chat more about Nikola Tesla.
Yep.
But to wrap up with Thomas Burton Kinraide.
Yep.
You recovered all these glass plates and he was taking these photographs. Explain what they are.
I have parts of one here, actually.
This is one of them?
There's two of them here. So
this is the actual glass? You make me so nervous.
I have two of them. I mean, I have hundreds of these, but yeah, this is... I'm
afraid to touch it.
This is negative electricity, and there's three little patterns, and this is positive. So the positive is kind of, he called it feliciform, where it's like fern-like, it looks kind of like forked patterns. And the negative he called plumous, which is more like feather-like, where it's kind of like feathery type of discharges. And these are actually negatives. So, you know, the sparks would be bright white, purple kind of shades on a black background, because he had to do this in a completely dark room. And what he was doing was actually using the light from the electricity to expose the film. So it was directly on the photographic plate. And what you see here, they were originally in envelopes, but because they were underground, the, you know, water and, you know, there were dirt floors in this house. But that ended up leading to something interesting, another patent. And so I had years ago, the lightning experts from NASA, I had contacted them. We were in a weird documentary together.
You and NASA?
It was these scientists from Florida Tech, FIT. Brilliant. They were lightning experts basically, and they were people like,
asking you for help.
No, it was me asking them for help.
Okay.
And so we were approached by the same film crew in Amsterdam to make a lightning documentary, and we had no idea what this thing was about. And we were in separate scenes in this. Then it came out that it was actually a kid trying to purposely get struck by lightning, and we were like, oh, what did we get involved with? And Jägermeister funded this, which made it more amusing. But it was like a mockumentary basically about lightning. But after I watched it, I realized like, hey, these guys are like, they're real lightning experts. I'm going to reach out to them about these pictures, because these sparks were not something I was used to seeing from any of the coils. And so I'd reached out to some Tesla people I knew, and they're like, well, they were photoshopped. I'm like, they're not photoshopped. They're glass plate negatives. They're like, well, it's because the film speed was so slow back then. You're not seeing in the picture what they were seeing with their eyes. Like it was just, there was no correlation. And I'm like, I'm not sure, because he was describing in some of his writings everything that we're seeing in these. And so I ended up replicating his work and seeing the same thing. And not understanding at all, like there's positive and negative electricity next to each other. They weren't canceling out. It was all sorts of weird, interesting phenomena. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to write to these guys. And so their names were Joseph Dwyer and Hamed Rizal. And they were in FIT. One was a dean, one was a professor. And they wrote back in like 2 days. They're like, we'll be there Friday if you're around. And they drove down to see the stuff, and they were blown away. And they're like, Jeff, you're totally self-educated, and you're replicating Sprite lightning in your shed out back. He said, we have mathematical formulas guessing that this stuff exists and looks in this way. And you have 100-year-old photographs showing it, and you're making it at the same time. And so I'm like, well, can you explain why I'm seeing this, how this, I'm replicating this guy's work, but I don't know the physics behind it. They're like, no, it's more cool that we don't know what you're doing because it's, you're an anomaly doing this stuff. And it's like, yeah, of course there's a logical explanation to it all. But I was like, we're not going to do it. But we do want to send kids to see it up close. And they did. And I would have like 80 kids a semester drive down to see the stuff.
What year was this?
This was in the 2000s, probably like 2006, 2007.
And they're not still sending you kids?
No, they ended up, the teachers ended up, the dean is still there, but a lot of the professors, we ended up being on TV shows together. Like there was one, Strangest Weather on Earth, that we worked at. It was a kind of weather channel show that was also in the UK, Channel 4. We were friendly with each other. And logically, it gets into like geeky stuff with electrical discharges. There's positive and negative leaders in the air, and this stuff was able to be produced, but there was no patents for like replicating Sprite lightning in the lab. And even though Kinraide did it, he didn't know about Sprite lightning. That wasn't a thing back then.
What is Sprite lightning?
So Sprite lightning happens about 50,000 feet up, and it's a kind of very fast pulse where you have very distinct positive going in one direction and negative in the other, and they appear to be joined in the middle. And it's from physics that I can't quite understand, but they were explaining to me as runaway electrons and all this sort of stuff. And there's a guy, Paul, I'm going to say his name's Paul Smith, in Oklahoma. He's photographing it. Now they have cameras that can capture it, and it's just gorgeous discharges. But this guy was doing it in his basement in late 1800s.
Over 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And it took them over 120 years to do it with today's technology.
Well, it took me that. I was able to replicate what he was doing.
Well, no, these NASA guys with
the NASA guys, cameras. They just wrote theories about it. So they, at the time, they didn't have photos even back then. And then this guy, Paul, now they have cameras that can capture it. And so it was just really interesting conversation. And we don't know. It's like the Quack days of everyone experimenting with electricity. I don't know if there's any practical value to this, anything to be learned from it. And I didn't patent it to have like rights to it. I patented it just to document the process.
Patent this.
I patented the process of generating it in the lab electrically.
And you were doing this in a shed?
I was originally in a, backyard cottage in Northwood here. And now I'm doing it here. So I did it through RGF.
I don't even know what to say.
It's interesting. It
was theoretical, right? I mean, according to NASA in the 2000s, this was all theoretical.
So they knew that it happened, but they didn't, there were no cameras yet that could prove it. And these were the same guys, brilliant guys. They were the first to document that lightning made X-rays. And they always kind of guessed that lightning probably makes X-rays, but they were the first to measure it. And what was cool, they built a Geiger counter that could measure radiation, and they would trigger lightning. So they would have a rocket with something looked like a Tesla coil attached to the other end with Kevlar coated wire, real thin wire. And they would ground the wire, and when the rocket went out, the coil would unspool itself so that it was always attached to the ground on one end. And they said if there was a storm within 5 miles, that within 1 second, the rocket would reach the correct height, and within the next second, it would be struck by lightning. And they were measuring the lightning at the point, and they did it for like 10 years, and lightning consistently makes X-rays. And they needed a computer that could take 1 million readings a second to be able to measure the pulse, the right spot where they could measure the X-rays. And they realized it was consistent, and they wrote papers about how we were thinking like X-rays all came from space, some kind of Earth getting bombarded from the outside. Nope, and it was all happening within our own atmosphere from lightning, which was really cool. So they were smart guys that came up with all this.
You're one of them.
Just by accident.
So lightning causes X-rays.
Yes. It generates X-rays. It's a very short pulse, very, very tiny.
But also EMPs, right?
Yes.
So explain what EMP means and what's happening with lightning.
So EMP is electromagnetic pulse. And what that is if you can imagine, lightning's like a violent discharge of electricity really quick.
From where?
from whatever the atmosphere,
Do we
different
know?
charges. Yeah,
I don't,
physicists
clearly.
know, yeah, geophysicists know. So it's build up of charges. It gets too strong, they have to release. Boom, you have lightning bolt. So this research started, and actually it's the paper under the glass negatives there.
Oh boy, under this one.
Yeah, the one under the Tesla lecture. There's an article called 10,000.
Right there. Right here.
Yeah.
So it says 10 million volt sparks and 1 million volt arcs.
Yes. And it was
Does it have a date? This is from October 1939.
Yes.
And this is the original copy?
That's the original copy, and it's the only copy I know of. Like I reached, it was a hell of a time finding this.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to touch it
No,
anymore.
it's okay.
You can do it. I don't want to.
It's fine. It's
So,
just paper.
What is in your hands right now?
So
what is it?
And this was a totally accidental thing. I never knew about this research really. It started with a brilliant mathematician named Charles Steinmetz. And what they were starting was around 1925. They realized that during lightning storms, telegraphs were burning out and telephones. And they didn't know why. And they realized that, of course, if lightning hits a power line, stuff burns out. That's logical. Like, sure, that's to be expected. But there were no direct hits. And they're like, how is this possible? And so they decided that we had to replicate lightning in the lab and see. And so Charles Steinmetz, he was a brilliant mathematician for GE. He came up with this kind of initial thing where they were trying to discharge a lot of electricity. And at first they couldn't really replicate any of this. Like, they couldn't replicate what was happening in nature. And then the idea came around that if we could measure the waveform of lightning, that maybe it has something to do with the waveform of the pulse that's causing all of this. So they invented a type of oscilloscope, which I have one of the originals in the museum down there, massive refrigerator sized thing that could measure the waveform of lightning. And once, the waveform has this really unique shape and pulse, and they were able to build these towers that would generate 3 million volts at 1 million watts, the power of an exact waveform of lightning. And then they were able to replicate the electronics burning out. And with that technology, they were able to then replicate or build surge suppression equipment to help protect electronics against these kind of EMPs or pulses. So what happens, there's a big pulse of electricity, big, energy explosion, let's say, and there'd be a reverberation that went out of this noise that could cause problems. And coincidentally, they found during World War II, nuclear bombs made their own versions of EMPs called NEMPs. And I had the privilege of meeting one of the engineers that developed the equipment to protect that type, protect electronics, military electronics against those type of EMPs. And it was a guy who worked at one of the GE labs. And basically they were able to change the waveform of these giant towers to simulate either a lightning strike or a nuclear explosion or another type of EMP just by changing the waveform of the big spark that would happen.
But by simulating it, aren't you actually getting all these negative effects?
Yes. So they were able to do that, to fry electronics, and also like to build protective devices, like for big giant insulators on power lines. How does this, surge happen? How do you protect the porcelain from fracturing? How do you make all the spacings and
so they're
designs,
replicating
right?
Nuclear bombs for testing.
They did that. So they did that using electricity. So that was one aspect of what they did. And they actually did that in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. So GE had 3 facilities. One was in Pittsfield, Mass. One was in Schenectady, New York. And the third, lesser known one, was at Locke Insulator in Baltimore. And that's the one I learned about. And it was getting a random phone call from friend Bruce Rosenbaum, who was a steampunk artist in Massachusetts. And he said, I heard Tesla's lab's getting destroyed in Baltimore. You might want to check it out. And I'm like, Tesla was never in Baltimore, but this sounds interesting. So I flew there and I did not expect to see a lightning lab still in existence because we had dozens of these around the country back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and every one of them has been leveled to the ground. So this was like the last one standing, and I knew it's like, we have to save this.
Why were they getting destroyed?
Largely because they weren't used anymore. Sometimes there were hazards like PCB oils in some of the equipment. And a lot of the times, though, it was just they went into they fell into disuse, and then they weren't maintained. And then they became hazards because the equipment was sometimes 30, 40,000 pounds. And so more often than fact, it was just the sad reality of just
neglect.
Yeah. So that they made millions of dollars off these things. And then at some point, companies would close, people would walk away, and then it would just be like a graveyard. And so it happened at Westinghouse, it happened at Ohio Brass, it happened at multiple GE locations, and nobody knew this one still existed. And it was inside of what was formerly a giant insulator manufacturing company, Lock Insulator. It was like 500,000 square feet. It was protected. So there wasn't a lot of vandalism and stuff because it was actually a functioning insulator company up until like the 90s, early 2000s. So they didn't really use that part of the lab anymore, but everything was protected. And
so what'd you do?
I'm like, how do I get this stuff? And there was a guy trying to act like a middleman who had nothing to do with the property that was trying to get, tens of thousands of dollars to sell the stuff when it wasn't actually his. And then I ended up reaching out to GE, reaching out to Lock Insulator, reaching out to NGK, which was a kind of a partnering insulator company. And I got a call back from Japan, and it was engineers at NGK, and they're like, look, we're going to talk to the landowner. Like, this is history worth saving.
They respected that.
They respected that. And they said, we're going to suggest to the landowner that they appraise the equipment and donate it for a tax write-off. And the landowner, it was really interesting that there was a company called SUSA that was doing the demolition. And Chad Elam was a guy running this there. Really, really nice guy, really cool crew. So their concept is, if they're doing a demolition on a property, let's try to save some of the raw materials and see that they can be reused. And it helps the landowner because they get money back from that. And, instead of just scrapping everything, let's say there's antique wood, they can sell that as like architectural salvage and get way more money. So they were already receptive to like, if the stuff can go to a good home, let's do it that way. So they had the lab appraised. Originally it was like $5 million, and they lowered it to 2.3 million, basically. And they said, well, as long as you have a nonprofit status, we'll donate it to you. And I'm like, oh fuck, I never formalized a museum, so I had to rush to do that and get it in time, dropped a shit ton of money to do that, lawyers and all this sort of stuff. And ended up doing it though, got nonprofit status in record time. I went there, we had a 50-ton crane. We had to disassemble 40,000 pounds of equipment in like a month because the rest of the building was getting demolished as we were there. And kind of a crazy story. I got there 1 week, and the crew didn't show up. Like, no one was there. The crane wasn't there. And I'm like, what am I going to do? So I was exploring around this place, and I found a room with trash bags to the ceiling, like 12 feet of garbage bags just stacked. And I start opening them up, and they're GE's library, which I didn't know GE had a library there. And I'm like, wait, this is their research papers. This is their Bible of insulator manufacture. This is like priceless stuff. So all I did for a week was go up and down a 50-foot spiral staircase with like broken garbage bags of books that were destined for the landfill. And there was probably $100 million worth of research there that they walked away from. And I'm like,
Why?
Shame on those guys. Like, this is like, we have a power grid right now in the US that's 100 years old, that's failing. We now have AI data centers coming up everywhere that's needing more power than we have. And I learned recently that we're pretty much outsourcing 100% of the transformers used in distribution and transmission around the country. Makes no sense. We were a world leader at one time, and now we're relying on India and China for like our entire power grid. It makes zero sense. And so I took the stuff hoping that, okay, we need to bring this knowledge back into the US. And it's kind of on deaf ears because nobody gets how much we need this knowledge back in the US. But power pole transformers, which I use to run Tesla coils, they used to be $300 to $500 each. Right now, they're $6,500 to $15,000 each because we're buying them from India or China and then having to transport something 650 pounds around the world. It makes zero sense.
So it's the shipping that's really hitting it.
It's right? It's just the impracticality of it all.
Yeah,
like this is stuff we were world leaders of in one point, and now we're happy to just outsource completely. And I guess it doesn't matter for the people that aren't paying the bill or it gets absorbed somewhere else, but it makes no sense.
Even then, I still don't see it because you just you're able to put that money somewhere else.
Yeah,
if you don't have to spend it.
Absolutely. And how how something can go from $300 1 year to $6,500 a decade later is unreal.
So where did you store that library? What'd you do with it? It's right behind
here,
us.
Under, up.
Yeah. So is it this whole room? This is GE's?
No. So it's half of the stuff is GE's, though. The other stuff is my, you've
accumulated.
Quarter of it's GE's. The other 3/4 books I've gotten over the years.
And there's more books from GE that you have elsewhere?
I brought back what I could, and it was probably 500 pounds of books. So it was a Gaylord box, which is like a 4-foot cube I had filled with books and paperwork.
Some didn't make it out?
Some didn't make it out. A lot of the stuff was like financial records, like people's paychecks.
So you sifted through it.
I got what I could, and then I went back a week later to see if there was any more, and the entire section of the building was gone. So the books that I got when I got them, if I hadn't gotten them then, they'd have been destroyed on my next trip. So I'm grateful for these books that I do have.
Exactly. And you've scanned them?
I've started to. Yeah. It's a daunting process.
Of course.
Of the 1,700 books or so I have online now, there's probably at least that many more to scan from just GE alone.
Unbelievable. Why? I still don't understand why they wouldn't scan them and document them.
I do, because it's like everyone. Westinghouse didn't do it. Like Ohio Brass, none of them did it. Like, I guess when these companies closed, the board of directors walked out with fat pockets, and people lock insulator was 48, or the 3 lightning labs that GE had 48,000 employees. Imagine just one day walking in and saying, "Oh, we're closed, bye." And that was it.
So you create 48,000 spiteful people that also walk.
Well, they had no choice. They didn't have their jobs anymore. And so the guy that I met, absolutely incredible engineer, Jim Heil is his name. And he was a kid. And so GE had open house once a year where they would invite the public in to see all the cool stuff they were doing. And he was just a kid, and he went in and saw Tesla coils and other fun stuff. Like they would make it fun. And he's like, "I want to become an electrical engineer. Maybe I can work for GE one day." And he did. And he worked his way up in the company so that he was the one locking the door there. And when I showed him pictures of lock insulator, he's like, "Jeff, it brings back so many memories." He says, "I did that." That was, I was walking around in a company that had 15,000 people and was bustling. I was a lone person walking through the halls, seeing desks with still a half-eaten sandwich on the desk. And it was like the apocalypse walking away from. And he loves what I'm doing, but he's also like, it's so sad that these people don't get how important. He's in his 80s. Brilliant guy. He actually lives in, I want to say, no, not Tampa, Naples.
Really?
Yeah, he would be a great person.
You kept in touch with him?
Yeah, he would be a great person to interview.
Like a month ago.
He would be amazing to interview because he was the one developing the NEMP research, so the nuclear stuff. And it would be great to just sit down and talk with him. Yeah,
your
absolutely.
Rolodex of contacts has to be unbelievable.
It's it's dwindling over the years. Unfortunately, a lot of people have passed
Because of
away.
age, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to interview as many people as I can.
Yeah.
So I have written down, you have the General Electric 3 million volt Marx impulse generator
Yes.
from this factory in Baltimore,
Yes.
outside of Baltimore.
We walked by it in the parking lot. I have a few sections of it put up in the parking lot.
Yep. How tall is it when it's assembled?
Around 1.5 times the height of this building. So
how big is this building?
So the building is, I want to say 20 feet. And so this is,
building?
Yeah.
That's it?
That's it.
We're kind of like the second floor right now.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a little bit taller than that, but the tower was around 36 feet tall.
Oh, it feels bigger when you're looking at it.
It's terrifying. So like, as we were taking it apart and it started like
making
doing
noises
this, I'm like,
swaying.
what the fuck am I doing? Like, this is terrifying. And like, yeah, we had a 50-ton crane that was, fully extended. So we were just on rent. And what's amazing, think about this tower was built in 1939. You'd think it would be hard to take apart. And like all the bolts came free. It was like, it wasn't a fight. It wasn't a struggle. This stuff was getting rained on because there were holes in the roof.
It's unbelievable that manufacturing has gotten so much worse.
Yes.
Over time.
Yes.
Where the threads on this bolt from 1939, still perfect. Put it on, put it off.
Unbelievable.
You can just take it apart, bring it to your house, take it apart, bring it to my house.
The plating's perfect. Like it wasn't a struggle at all to take this thing apart, which is just weird.
It's 40,000 pounds, approximately.
All the equipment was. So the tower might be, I'm going to say a more accurate measure is probably around 25,000.
Okay.
Because I was weighing the parts, like we didn't know. We were taking it apart one by one. And then
guessing.
I was like measuring insulators in different sections.
12.5 tons.
Yeah.
The tower.
It's heavy.
So explain, what does a 3 million volt Marx impulse generator do? So
what it basically is like a DC voltage multiplier.
Which goes right over my head. What does that
mean? So it's like a transformer, but for DC. And so this tower has these sections. There's 10 on each side. And what it does, you feed it with a certain amount of high voltage, and every section, it multiplies that voltage. And so you're feeding it in reality with something like 150 kV, something like that at the bottom.
KV?
Kilovolts. So,
kilovolts.
You give it 100,000 volts or so at the base, and you get 3 million volts out. So, and that 3 million volts out is, 20 to 30 foot arcs coming off the top of this thing. And arcs that are originally it was at 1 million watts of power, just under 1 million watts. So, I mean, we're talking serious arcs coming off of this thing.
Does that amount happen in nature with lightning?
Yes.
So it does. Even greater.
Even greater.
So in theory, if this tower were to be doubled in height, it'd be exponentially more?
Yes. And in fact, the one in the article here was 10 million volts. So they had two of them that were 5 million volts that were arcing to each other. And that was they did it for the World's Fair in New York in 1939. And after the World's Fair, it was like one of the most popular exhibits there. They were demonstrating 1 million volt arcs from actually AC transformers that were putting out 1 million volts. And they were at the lab that I saved, and I wanted them so bad, but the crane couldn't, that's 50-ton crane couldn't move them.
These in this picture?
Yes.
These were there too?
They were there.
What did they end up doing with it? Did you throw it away?
They got scrapped, and I was sick that they were scrapped because I knew it was the last one standing kind of situation. But at the time, so they were more than 16 feet high, each of them. And a flatbed truck, 16 foot was the limit for the lowest form of those to be able to actually transport them. So it meant I had to disassemble them there. I had to get the insulators out. And the problem is that they were drained of oil, which was great because they were lighter, but they were still 36,000 pounds each. And the 50-ton crane with the boom extended couldn't lift 50 tons. So if it was like The boom wasn't extended, you could move it, but to get to the height we needed, you couldn't move it. It didn't move 1 millimeter. Like, we could not budge these things.
You'd have to take the building out around it.
The building was getting destroyed as we were doing this. The walls were coming down as we're taking the last parts of the tower.
In a perfect scenario, you would take the walls out of the building.
Right.
To be able to remove it.
But the problem is we would have needed a 100-ton crane to be able to move them because of the length of how the boom was extended. And a 100-ton crane was going to be another $50,000. And it was money I didn't have.
Another $50,000.
Yes. So the landowners were, they were using the crane already for demolition. So they loaned that.
More generous, yeah.
Yeah. To be able to do what we did. I had dropped about that much just to form the museum, legal fees, all the stuff. I never worried about that over time, but I knew that I wasn't going to get the stuff without them getting a tax donation.
Exactly.
Tax credit. So they weren't going to do it otherwise.
Do you have the blueprints for these?
I do.
So in theory, they could be rebuilt.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
With enough know-how and money.
Absolutely.
Right. Unbelievable. So
and even these at 3 million volts, reassembled, it would be the highest voltage in the world in the public place. And there's a huge Van de Graaff generator at Boston Museum of Science. Deutsches Museum in Germany had a Marx impulse generator like this, but not as big. It would be a cool, Guinness record type of attraction as it is. But, it's convincing anyone of, let's make an electrical attraction in your town. It could bring people there, and nobody seems interested in that.
Not yet.
Not yet. I hope someone, this has the potential of going to the middle of nowhere, somewhere in the US, and getting kids interested in trades again, and getting, the right people would be interested in, okay, we could make insulators again. We could make high voltage transformers again. We could bring it all back in the US. We could refurbish our power grid with American-made equipment instead of imports. At some point, we have to.
And the grid would be improved.
Yes.
Right? More efficient.
Yes.
Faster.
Yes.
Greater span.
Yes. And, right now, there are a lot of transmission lines sections in the U.S. that are a century old. So at some point, they're going to fail. And when they do, you're going to have whole towns without power, whole towns without internet. And, there are local transformer companies I spoke to that import the transformers for FP&L or power company. They were saying, like, they don't have anyone in the companies that know how to make a transformer from scratch anymore. They have like one engineer, it's 85 years old, they don't want to let him retire because he's the only one that knows how to do something from scratch, even though he doesn't really have a function there anymore.
Why aren't they using him to teach other people?
That's it.
If they're like complaining about the problem, they're just staring at the problem.
Because they're still making a profit importing stuff. So it's like, it makes zero sense in so many ways.
So remind me, before we change subjects, these would be used for demonstrations, but what else is the other purpose, the greater purpose?
So they were used for that lightning research, the same as the other ones.
That's right. We talked about that.
So but the main point of that was for the World's Fair. They put on one hell of a show.
Tell me more about the World's Fair.
So 1939, they had what they called Steinmetz Hall. And it was dedicated to Charles Steinmetz, who started that research. And they showed 10 million volts as a spark discharge, boom, bolt of lightning. And 1 million volt arcs is like this sort of fiery arcs you would see. They had 3-phase arcs, which were actually used 3 transformers, and it would arc in a triangular pattern. And it was cool because they used different metals that would melt in the arcs and make the arcs different colors. So it was a kind of real showmanship at the time. And, they said it was the most popular exhibit there. And what got me is that there were letters from Hellen Keller.
Really?
And it was her describing the experience there. And even being, deaf and blind, she could feel the electricity in the air. And she could feel the impact of the impulses happening. And she wrote a letter to her caretaker saying it was the closest thing she could imagine to music. because she could sense all of these frequencies and vibrations and stuff. And when I read that, I'm like, oh, I got to save this stuff. Like, this is, I didn't know she was still alive then, even in the late 30s. And yeah. And since I found a newspaper article with her at the World's Fair describing like, her experience of witnessing, this type of thing, which is really interesting perspective to think about. Just, being able to experience something different when that's your world already. It's pretty wild.
Unbelievable. Just like the flashes that people described with x-rays, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like the blind patient detecting the flashes. Like
when I took the psychology course, it was a college course, but I took it in high school, the advanced classes. I loved it. The name of this project is The Psychology of Strength. Clearly, I love psychology. So I would ask my teacher so many questions, and I actually have theories that I'll tell you about off camera that I think could be plausible that I came up with when I was like 15. But one of my theories was if you gave psychedelic drugs to someone that is deaf or blind, what would happen? Some experiments have occurred. I think some haven't, to my knowledge. So if you were of vision and of hearing and lost those abilities, you might be able to get flashes of that back with psychedelic drugs. People can look this up. I'm definitely not lecturing on it. My theory was if you were born like Helen Keller without this ability, if you could stimulate that part of the brain, what would happen?
Yeah.
Would you see color? Would you see color that no one else can see?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's a theory. It's a question. It's ultimately a question.
I saw some interesting, I was on social media, something about the question of how blind people and how deaf people dream. Very interesting, because they dream too. So what sensory things happen? Yeah, very interesting.
It'd be cool to have brain scans of that happening.
Yeah.
Really, really neat. So this is unbelievable. And I'm looking at the back. This is a General Electric review. So that's why it's so rare that this is was their property.
It is, yeah.
It's abandoned.
Yeah, exactly. So finding this stuff is like needles in a haystack.
Issue of October 1939, volume 42, number 10, pages 420 to 426.
And it was a reprint of that. So some of those articles they sold, but there again,
Hendricks.
Finding copies it's like
impossible.
Everything on the table right here are only known copies that I know of, with exception of the Tesla article there, which was from Century Magazine, and the hand.
Right? Unbelievable. So, couple more people to chat about, if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
I've listened to so many of your interviews. I knew that when I talk to you, I want to go so in depth that it really encompasses as many subjects as we can.
Okay.
This conversation could easily be 7, 8, 10, 12 hours.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I want to take the opportunity. We could always do this again, right?
Absolutely.
But I want more people to know about what you're working on.
Appreciate that.
Right? And once I put this up, I'm not taking it down.
Awesome.
So I want people to experience this. So I've learned about so many people from you. I'll tell the quick story. I just stumbled upon your museum that we'll continue to chat about. I have family in the area, and I've interviewed people in South Florida because they live here, and they're like, just, stay at our house and you can interview people as best you can, and then I'll go back home.
Yeah.
So before I left, I've just quickly picked up this trend of looking up local museums and finding people like you. You are the rarest of the rare and the greatest gem that I've ever found. So I'm looking, and I'm like, the turn of the century museum of electrotherapy.
Yeah.
Right? Or therapy of electro.
I regret this name. It's
okay.
So long.
I was like, this is interesting, right?
Yeah.
So I looked it up. I called the number. You got back to me. You called me back and said, hey, I'll be there. Come, if you'd like to, come check it out. So I stopped by, had no idea what I was walking into. And it's led to everything that
looks like a factory. It is a factory. It's inside of a factory.
It's unbelievable. It's housed inside the factory, which is RGF.
RGF Environmental Group, yeah.
Environmental Group, exactly.
Cool company.
Exactly. Yeah. And right now, that's the current home, which could hopefully in the future, you could have a permanent place of your own. And it's unbelievable. You taught me about so many people I'd never, ever heard of. And I'm willing to bet most people here haven't heard of either.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd bet anything they've never heard of Thomas Burton Kinraide.
For sure.
Anyone listening. One of the other really cool people was Peter Cooper Hewitt and his family that followed. So
Yes.
tell me who Peter Cooper Hewitt is, and then tell me about his children.
No, I wish I knew more about him actually as a person.
Sure. What do you know about him though?
So he was wealthy inventor from GE. And I knew his name forever because he was in the medical books. They mentioned a therapeutic lamp. He developed Cooper Hewitt lamp, a type of early, like what they call mercury vapor light, which was basically predecessor of a fluorescent light. And there was an auction in Boston for actually one of Kinraide's machines that I lost horrifically. The machine, they estimated it would go for $300 to $500. I stopped bidding at $6,000 and it ended up selling for, almost $6,800 with auction fees. And now I've just been offered that machine for $8,300, but I don't have that kind of money.
Sure.
But anyway, at this auction, there was a Peter Cooper Hewitt lamp. And I always wanted one of those. I didn't think I'd win, and I won it for a couple $100. And I got it back, and I started researching it more. And working here with UV, I never realized this guy had so many patents for early designs of UV lights, early like wireless lights like Tesla was working on, electrodeless bulbs. The guy was really prolific inventor. And the lamp, I realized, was really rare. Smithsonian had one, I had one, and there's like one or two. There's one on eBay right now for $3,000. There's a couple of them in private hands, but they're super rare lamps. They're filled with mercury. I have like 5 pounds of mercury in them. And the guy was really important in the early development of what became fluorescent lighting in the 30s, then later. But what was interesting, I kept finding pictures of his daughter. And there were eBay auctions for like press release photos, and I bought some of them. And it's another crazy story. So this guy, first of all, his lamp was a crazy story. The lamp wasn't that successful because it was a blue-green light, and it made people look dead. And so it was very efficient. They used it in factories and so forth, but people complained of like depression working around them because it gave people like an unhealthy skin tone color.
It was putting electricity through 5 pounds of mercury.
So the mercury was actually primarily used as a seal in these lamps, but there were pools of it, and the mercury vapor would be ionized in a nice kind of cool blue-green kind of color.
You have one?
I have one, yeah.
And you turn them on?
I did once, and it started to fail.
Okay.
So I have like footage of it, but they look a lot like our UV lights that we make here. That's kind of like a white, blue-green color. Pretty color. Prettier when it doesn't make UV and burn your eyes.
True.
But that's part of the story. So this guy developed this lamp, and because they operated at a high temperature, they would be prone to cracking. So you can imagine operating this lamp and all of a sudden have 5 pounds of mercury on the floor when they break. So he decided, let's make them out of quartz, because quartz has a higher melting temperature. But then it did transmit UV. It ended up burning everyone's eyes and skin, but it led to the invention of the commercial UV lamp. So it was kind of a thing. It wasn't that popular, but he realized one day that when he operated this lamp from AC, because he had AC and DC versions of it, that one of the spare electrodes in the lamp you could measure DC power out of. So he ended up developing what was the first mercury arc rectifier. And so Westinghouse, Edison battling AC versus DC. Westinghouse won. Most of the country was AC. But they still needed high-power DC to run things like electric car charging stations, which they had back then. And for other purposes, needing high-power DC, but they didn't have ways of generating that weren't mechanical with brushes that were inefficient, which were other headaches. So this mercury arc rectifier became something that made him really, really wealthy. And they were used throughout the country. And they're really cool looking. They look like big glass octopuses. They glow kind of blue-green. I have one. I've never turned it on. Like, I don't have the rest of the equipment.
Sure, but you do have one.
But yeah, they're terribly cool. And so that made him his fortune. The guy ended up dying in, I think, 1920. And he left 2/3 of his estate to his daughter and 1/3 to his wife. but there was a stipulation the daughter had to marry and have a kid or it all went to the wife. And at the time, I think the daughter was maybe 9. So the wife's solution to stealing her daughter's inheritance was basically, we're going to lock up the kid, not let her out of the house, and she's not going to meet any boys, not going to get married, and, I'll get all the money. And that didn't really happen. The daughter grew up, she wanted a normal life, and the woman ended up having her daughter committed to an asylum. And back then, if you were wealthy enough, you could
pull it off.
Pretty much pull it off. Yeah, pay off the doctor. And I heard stories that it was for masturbation or something. Back then you could have thrown in asylum for anything.
That's what the claim was.
Yeah.
Of being
and
caught.
So this poor girl was in an asylum who shouldn't have been there. And while she was there, the doctors said she had to have her appendix out. And what they really did was sterilize her without her consent. And so she ended up overhearing the nurses talking about sterilizing the idiot girl. And she put 2 and 2 together and had herself x-rayed and realized, all right, yeah, I was sterilized. And so she sued her mom as a result. And she was suing her mom for something like $500,000, which wasn't enough money. And it was a big public case, and everyone was on the daughter's side. But then the mom told the public that she would flirt with black guys. And then all of a sudden, everyone changed side and was on the mom's side because there was a huge eugenics movement in the 1920s, especially with the rich. And there still is to a certain extent. And so, but the weird part of the story is it was legal to sterilize someone mentally ill back then in the US. And so she ended up losing the case because of that. But her mom ended up dying and she got the money anyway in the end. But crazy story to think of that, first of all, this estate was worth $10 million. That was more money than any human could need at that time period. So it was plenty of money for both of them.
10 million in 1920.
Yeah. That's
20s?
like $100 million. Like, what are you going to do with that much money? Yeah. It was unbelievable. And so just that story, and it was crazy thing. Peter Cooper Hewitt, the inventor, he had opened schools for like less fortunate people, for women, he had done things that kind of were way before his time to do. He used his wealth in good ways.
It showed how compassionate he was.
Yes, he was completely compassionate.
He would have never treated his daughter that way.
Never.
It's crazy to question how he ended up with such a rotten woman as a spouse.
It is.
I mean, I'll just straight up say it, but like his wife was a pretty awful person.
And it was a second wife, because I think he had an affair. I don't know the story exactly, but I think he had an affair with this woman and she got pregnant. He ended up leaving his other wife. And so this was actually her biological child that she was screwing over completely, which is also unthinkable.
Well, the person that would probably know the answer of the full story is Miss Audrey Claire Farley that you interviewed.
Yes.
So she was kind enough to write an entire book on Miss Cooper, right?
Yes, very interesting.
On Ann Cooper Hewitt, excuse me.
Yes.
And the book is called The Unfit Heiress. You interviewed her. You had kind of like a podcast.
Yeah,
right?
we did like a Zoom meeting.
Is that where you learned most of the story, or you already had most?
No, I learned most of it from her. So I never knew the connection. I was eBay. I was buying some of this stuff, and then she might have emailed me or the other way around. I don't know. Sometimes you put something on the website and you hear from someone.
Yeah.
And I bought a copy of her book. And I didn't even make it all the way through. Like, it was just, life's been chaos. But I thought, what a crazy story. Like, this is really interesting to read through and to know, first of all, how horrific the whole thing is. But, having this collection of weird medical devices, quackery, all that, I know how crazy history really is.
Exactly.
And so much history has been swept under the carpet.
A lot of times the real story is better than what people imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Fiction writers will just come up with stuff, and a lot of it's phenomenal. I'm not talking down on an entire genre. But if they just made this exact story into a movie, you don't even have to over-embellish anything. You literally just, this is how crazy this stuff was.
Between Kinraide and Cooper Hewitt family and Tesla. Like, there's no reason to make up anything.
There's no reason.
And you wouldn't think, in the end, you're going to read something and think it's fiction because it's that strange.
It's that wild.
Yeah.
So eugenics is the science of gene manipulation. Is that a good way to define it?
So, yeah, but it gets pretty dark because,
extremely dark.
Like, and actually, going back to the Kinraide story, there was a physician in Savannah,
Georgia.
He was one of the X-ray pioneers. There's two. There was a Richard Joseph Nunn and there was Eugene Corson that were both Masons, 33rd degree Mason. Well, he wasn't. One of them was 33rd degree, but Kinraide was as well, and they knew each other. And they used Kinraide's machines to sort of bring X-rays to Georgia. But one of them, Corson, he was a doctor that was mainly treating poor black patients back then. And they
to be nice or for a darker
no
purpose?
just
to be a good person.
To be nice. He was and
he wasn't manipulating them.
No, not at all. But it was interesting that the take on him. There are people saying he's racist because of comments he made. But back then, there was a fear of eugenics, early 1900s. They said the blacks are multiplying so much, they're going to outnumber the whites, and we're not going to have white people anymore. And that was the kind of fear being spread back then. And Corson published, he's like, no, this is not true. He says, I'm mainly treating black patients. He said, yes, they are having a lot of kids, but they're also dying a lot quicker. So this is, these fears are unfounded. And he was describing as a physician, basically, the difficulties he was having treating this population.
Yeah.
And so it was, and largely it was because they didn't have access to good health care and
education,
food, and
water.
all of these things combined. Yeah. And so modern people have heard his stories as, oh, the guy was racist the way he was talking. But in reality, he was just exposing his own experiences then. And he was being criticized in Savannah. It's like, why don't you treat wealthy white people? Why are you treating just these poor black people? And he says, I'm a doctor. He says, I'm not treating a class of people. I'm treating humans. This is my job as a doctor. He said, it doesn't matter what color, what race people
or
are.
the dollar amount.
Exactly.
Account,
exactly. Right? And so that was largely his work. And he had an interesting side story that he was using X-rays to study bones of the wrist. And he was one of the first doctors to document basically what was carpal tunnel syndrome back then. There were so many bones in the wrist and he was studying them and he X-rayed his hands so much that his fingers ended up getting amputated. And there's local ghost stories in Savannah that his houses are haunted by a ghost with missing fingers. But I think it's just people that visited the historical archive and realized that, oh yeah, he had multiple fingers taken. Amputated.
Yeah. Do you have pictures of these X-ray techs, their hands? I've seen them online.
Yes.
Do you have photos of them?
I do, in the early X-ray books with the growths. And what's crazy is what's fascinating is actually that many of the X-ray pioneers documented their own demise.
Really?
And they, as a warning to other physicians, they're like, look, if you don't protect yourself, and lead protection was all they needed many times, but they were.
Explain why lead protects you.
So X-rays can go through different metals at different rates based on densities and other things of the elements, let's say. So aluminum, it can pass through, but it kind of filters some of the X-rays out. So you can actually make X-ray photos through thin sheets of aluminum because it's not completely opaque to them. Lead's very opaque. So they use lead shielding in aprons and things like that because you can put it on and be protected from the rays if they do go in your direction.
Gotcha. So you're describing that X-ray techs and physicians would document their own demise.
Yes. Right? Sinclair Tousey was one. Kasabian was another. They were basically warning people of what happens when you're exposed to these rays, and what there was. I have to call them out. American College of Radiology had a beautiful X-ray archive, and I was dying to see it because they had scrapbooks of some of the pioneers and the original photos, glass plate photos of these images, and I was dying to see them. And they kept blowing me off about visiting. And then finally they admitted that they scrapped it all because they didn't want to pay the storage fees of having to keep all this history. And it's like one of the biggest crimes I know of that happened in the X-ray field in the U.S. This is a company, people pay thousands of dollars to be members of this, physicians every year. Like, I think they have the money. And it was just like, nobody cares about this history. And they actually admitted to me, like, you're the only one that's actually inquired about these catalogs.
Because no one else knows about them.
That's it. And they had over 6,000 glass plate negatives of X-rays. They had over 100 pre-1910 X-ray tubes. Like, they had a collection that was to die for as far as X-ray history. And they got rid of it all. And I'll never forgive them for it. Like, this is
just thrown away.
Like, sell it, donate it, do anything, put it on eBay, make money. At least give it a chance.
Because I was gonna say, if they're complaining about money, why wouldn't they just sell it?
Exactly.
They would have,
because they can't be bothered.
But again, they're just being cheap.
And yeah, it's board members not doing their jobs.
Yeah, I'll
which
say
is
it.
what it is. Yeah, it's absolutely
really dumb. I mean, before this episode, we talked about archiving everything that you're doing. But for the people listening, this interview with 3 cameras shooting at over 4K, 2 of them are at 6K, it'll be over a terabyte of footage. And I don't know how long we've been conversing, but I'm sure it's going to be possibly close to 2 terabytes.
Yeah.
So I'm backing up all this footage, and I'm backing up more than once. God forbid there's an occurrence that it goes down or whatever, right?
Yeah.
In the grand scheme, it doesn't cost that much in the grand scheme. I mean, granted, if I have thousands and thousands of interviews, but at that point, I would have been having revenue coming in. Otherwise, I just wouldn't be able to sustain that rate, right? So if you're going to have 10,000 X-ray tubes, clearly you've done something right, that you've been bringing in money somewhere else. Yeah. Or if you were to go bankrupt, then just sell everything, and then at least it would have survived. I don't see the reason to just trash stuff. I just don't get it. No,
and they had catalogs like these that were definitely last known copies of stuff. Like, it's stuff that, and I got pissed off with them because the last time I emailed them asking about this company, H.G. Fisher, which was, I have the archive too, they had early catalogs of, and I said, can you give me a list of what you have from that company? And they sent me an invoice for like $300 to answer the email. And I'm like, I'm not paying that. Like, if I was getting Xeroxes of the catalogs, I would pay it, but all you did is answer my email. They're like, well, we didn't know what we had. We had we spent hours finding the box and then, typing you the 1-page email of what was in there.
Sure.
That's and just you have to pay for that. You signed it. You would pay for time, whatever. I'm like,
it's just their own incompetence and not being able to find their own
you
stuff.
should know what's in your own archive.
That's what I'm saying. They're incompetent. So.
And it was like, that was what started the war. And then one of my good colleagues, Dan Cusella, was part of that organization. I mean, he was on a historical board. He was board certified radiation oncologist. He wanted to visit them too. And there was a girl, Lita Tirak, who was doing her thesis, master's thesis on X-rays. And we all, we're all friends. We all knew each other, and we all were reaching out to them to visit the archive. And finally, between the 3 of us, we learned what happened. And it's like, how do you scrap that history? And that's a prime example, though. This has happened over and over again. GE Lab, all of this would have been scrapped if I didn't step in. And
what year do you think they scrapped it? Was it years before you asked and they just kept hiding it, or was it after you acquired?
No, it was actually after, because when they said, we didn't feel the need to keep it because you were the only one interested in it, and I'm like, fucking offer to sell it to me. Like, come on.
Yeah,
this is like unthinkable.
Sad.
Yeah, it's really disgusting. And the fact that there were, scrapbooks of pioneers and their own the original photos of them developing cancers and actually talking about it. Like,
because we could still learn from this.
Oh,
research.
Absolutely.
Because there's stuff that may have occurred then that just hasn't reoccurred yet.
Yeah.
And that was documented.
Yeah, and there were so many, the equipment that they were developing, these pioneers, some of it caught on, some of it didn't, but it's all viable equipment to make X-rays. It's, how do you rectify current chemically? Like, we don't know the stuff anymore because we buy diodes from Amazon or wherever. Like, all of these books have something in them that no other book has, and it's some bit of knowledge that's useful.
Exactly, because if the technologies that were developed, they may have been bad X-rays. They could have been brilliant at something else.
Yes,
but if you don't give it the time of day and research, You would never know.
Absolutely.
You know, it could be used in rockets. It could be used in medicine. It could be used in energy.
Absolutely. These
Right.
tubes, like their vacuums were changing over time, and they had patents on just vacuum regulation of inside of an X-ray tube. That's brilliant because you have a something that has technically a finite life that you could somehow extend the life of based on physics, based on some brilliant engineering idea that someone had of, hey, we can.
It could have a new use.
Absolutely could.
After this amount of time, then you use it for this.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And extend it, almost like an upcycling.
Yeah.
Rather than a recycling.
Absolutely.
So, one or two final things to really chat about. We could always do another one of these, and I would love to. But I believe you're the Nikola Tesla family official historian. Is that true?
Not official. So
not official, but at one point.
At one point, they relied on multiple people. And I met them by chance at a conference. I had no idea they were there.
Tell that story, how that happened.
It was Tesla's grandnephew and his wife. So Tesla had a nephew, Nikola Tesla, who came to the U.S. He didn't really get along with him that well, but the guy was brilliant. He invented the hypoid gear, which was a gear based, he was a mathematician. He developed this gear completely, like gears have been around for centuries. And then there's this guy develops a gear based on math that's a new gear, let's say of the 20th century. And it allowed cars to be lower to the ground. So in the Model A's, Model T's, you had to step up into the cars. And the gearing ratios, whatever made them work, back then, the gears all had a certain diameter, and because the axle's going this way, they had to be high up. This guy developed a whole new concept of gear that allowed cars to be low to the ground, where basically all modern cars are built this way. He patented the gear itself and all the equipment to be able to mathematically cut these gears. And from what I understand, they're still being used in Detroit today. And he was a wealthy nephew of Tesla, and he was also the one paying a lot of his bills at the end of his life, even though Tesla didn't admit to this sort of thing.
They were alive at the same time.
They were.
Yeah.
And he had a son.
Nikola Tesla.
No, the nephew.
Gotcha.
Nephew, Nikola Tesla had a son, William, and Tesla was shortened to Turbo at a time when, immigrants were looked down upon, so they tried to Americanize a lot of the names. And so it was this son that was Tesla's last blood relative. Understood. And Tesla knew him as a kid, they had interactions with each other. And he remembered his strange uncle that would, mess up his hair and be the annoying uncle kind of thing. And he told lots of stories about him. He had the Tesla Memorial Society, which was a kind of a organization started by the dad that kind of remember Tesla. And we met and we became good friends because I did a lecture on electrotherapy, but, the family had always looked down on that because of quackery. They didn't want Tesla associated with quackery. But because I wasn't promoting any of the medical uses. I was just giving kind of a raw answers of how the equipment worked, what they were good for, what they were bad for, kind of no nonsense version. Yeah. They really gravitated towards that. And he ran up to me afterwards and we became instant friends. And so there were other historians he used. One was Mark Seifer, who wrote a biography on Tesla, pretty famous, called The Wizard.
Is he still around?
He is still around. Leland I. Anderson was the main collector of original Tesla memorabilia starting the year Tesla died. So he was the original person to save a lot of artifacts on Tesla. He's also one of the number one people in the FBI file on Tesla. When you see the redacted papers, it's obvious, I know all of the ones that were Lee Anderson because I have the same letterheads from letters to me, so it was interesting to discover that. And there were a few people that the family kept close, and I was lucky enough to be one of them. And when he died, I was supposed to handle his estate, but due to different complications, that never happened, and a lot of his stuff got scrapped, which was a crime, actually. It was the grandkids not being bothered with all of granddad's eccentric boxes of hoarding letters and all sorts of stuff. So even even the family of Tesla does stupid things.
Yeah.
And
they were old artifacts from Nikola Tesla.
They were, there was a lot of family heirlooms there, but it was all relating to Tesla, letters over the years from different people, correspondences, scientific stuff, like a family archive of Tesla.
Their family.
That got, destroyed pretty much because they couldn't be bothered.
Unreal.
So, yeah, I hold a grudge over that.
Yeah.
And when I got a call from his wife when he died that they were giving me his shoes that he died in, which would have been an honor to have. And the grandkids threw them out. So, yeah, not a huge fan at the moment of that kind of, those kind of things happening.
Of course. What have you learned about Nikola Tesla? There's a lot of misconceptions. There's a lot of stretching of truths.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Explain that.
So, and we're all guilty. Of us historians and everything. Like, we heard stories when, we all thought he was always the underdog. He was always the one taken advantage of. And so many times authors didn't check truths. They were parroting whatever was written in the last books. And so the first biographer of Tesla was basically an AA. He was an alcoholic and he made up most of the biography.
What book is that, so people know? Do you remember?
It was Prodigal Genius by John O'Neill.
So that one's crap.
That was, technically it's the first biography, but,
it was very, very inaccurate.
Exactly. Okay. And so, but that having happened the year after Tesla died, and so many books, dozens of books being published where people didn't check facts. And so one of the things I discovered, and it was actually going through Lee's archive, was there's a famous story that Tesla saved the Westinghouse company. And as the story goes, there was a conversation between Tesla and George Westinghouse to pay Tesla per horsepower of AC being generated. And Westinghouse said, well, you'll bankrupt our company if we do that. And Tesla tore up his contract on agreement he would help fund his next project. And he saved the Westinghouse company. Never happened. Complete bullshit.
Completely made up.
Completely made up. And I actually have letters from Westinghouse company with the original contract saying Tesla asked to be paid per horsepower and we flatly refused because it was monstrous. And so it never happened. It was something that some author went on a tangent and, let's make Tesla look really good. And dozens of authors have said the same thing, and it never happened. And the reality is, I found out that the Westinghouse company cut Tesla a check for over $200,000 in 1895 in appreciation for all the work he did for the company that he didn't ask for. And he managed to piss that money away in a few years and still ask for more money. So, fuck knows what he was doing with all this money. I know he was living in lavish hotels. People had offered them their homes to live in, and he flatly refused because he wanted the privilege of having maids and room service and all this stuff. Like, very, very, for a guy that wasn't really selling anything, it was one hell of a life. And people said, yeah, he died penniless in the Hotel New Yorker. And yeah, he was living in the wealthiest hotel in New York at the time, not paying his bills and feeding pigeons and doing other annoying things for the staff. And yet it's hard to see photos of him at the end of his life because he was pretty much a skeleton.
You do have photos?
There were photos out there of him during that time period. But the reality is, he was looked after. And Westinghouse was paying the bills long after he did any work for him there.
Really?
So the reality is Westinghouse was an awesome company to Tesla. They were, at the end of his life when he was pretty much suffering dementia and rambling on a lot of non-scientific stuff to the newspapers, they were still taking care of him. And his family did too.
Yeah.
And there was a family joke, actually. Nikola Tesla used to say they would take him out to early bird dinner. They would try to take him out to dinner once in a while. And they would get there early. And Tesla would insist they pay full price, even though he never paid the bill. And it drove his nephew insane because, his nephew's paying the bill. And there's this guy insisting that they, pay full price to it. And the joke that Tesla said was he'll never be rich if money doesn't come through the front door quicker than he can shovel it out the window. And when you look at the real Tesla, like, to me, I criticize him a lot. He put so many brilliant ideas into young people's minds that commercialized his inventions and made the world what it is today. That they would have never went that way unless they hadn't picked up that kids magazine that had articles that planted these great ideas in their heads. So his greatest accomplishment was inspiring other people to do things, even though he criticized those same people for stealing his ideas. It was, thank goodness they did.
Shows that everyone's flawed. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
He
He was human.
So
He's made into something that wasn't human.
Yeah.
And in reality, he was extremely human. And when you read his letters, you see how much he suffered and struggled. And, he would write to J.P. Morgan asking for money in the most elegant handwriting you can imagine. And when Morgan writes back saying, no, we've given you enough money, why don't you try repaying us some of the loans you've already had?
Really?
The next thing would be a letter of like, you're, not in these words, but you're an idiot. This is, you're making the biggest mistake of your life. It'd be handwritten, scribbled, like completely unprofessional responses to give to someone. Very interesting to look at from a psychological point of view.
Definitely.
But also, like, so many of his ideas didn't flourish. They didn't happen.
Talk about some of those.
And so, like, bladeless turbine, he had this powerhouse in a hat. It was his Tesla turbine he developed, and nobody invested in it because it had flaws. It wasn't working quite right. And it was about that time he was looking for that funding when his tower wasn't completed in New York. Marconi sent the first wireless message, and yeah, he used so many of Tesla's patents to do it, but he did it. He did what was asked of him. Send a wireless message across the Atlantic. And, a lot of even radio historians back then that were fully involved with radio, they knew that there were kind of talks of giving Tesla credit over Marconi. And they're like, it's kind of a mistake because Marconi did it. Yeah, he used Tesla's patents, but he did it. He did what was asked of him. That was the goal. And even though Tesla, he was going to send wireless power. Could he have done that? We don't know completely.
Yeah. A lot of his ideas were just never fully finished, right? Fully formed.
Yeah. Well, he put the idea out there, but he didn't finish them himself.
Yeah.
And even his tabletop oscillators, which I showed you when I replicated in the museum, the efficiency is beautiful, but this was 1908. It was a high frequency transformer that he came up with the early basis of these Tesla coils in 1891. So we're talking 20 years after he came up with the idea, he had something that in his mind could have been marketed, and he didn't. He wanted to make the next one that was even more efficient. So he was kind of shooting himself in the foot all the time. He could have went to market with any of this stuff, had a commercial X-ray machines. He had a half dozen companies that formed Tesla Nitrates Company to make ozone and nitric acid and all these brilliant ideas, but none of them became anything. And the only one that did was the Tesla Electric Company, where he formed this early induction motor, polyphase motor. It became Westinghouse bought the rights to the patents. He ended up, they developed all these early brilliant designs of AC motors. Many of them never really were marketed commercially because they were simplified. And these put so many ideas of what polyphase motors were, and they were elegantly written. And the fact that he thought up all these million different scenarios and patented them was amazing. But, in the end, you have to look at the big pictures. There was a lot of other people that really said, okay, how do we make this actually practical where people could afford them and have them work? And that was a lot of times people at Westinghouse that did that.
He was respected at the time by other engineers.
Absolutely.
And inventors.
He was. It was interesting. There's a kind of love-hate relationship. Some people were so enamored with him. And then there were other people that basically were like, okay, if this is the future, make it happen. Like finish the idea. And there was an X-ray pioneer, Rollins, who was... So there was one X-ray experiment I can mention. Tesla said that he thought X-rays were particles being ejected from X-ray tubes, which was weird idea, like actual physical matter coming out of the tube. And Kinraide had proposed publicly a way of testing this experiment. And it's actually in one of the journals. He says, I'm going to try this. I'm going to see if it works. And he had these ideas, and we don't know if there were any communication between the two after that. It wasn't the case, though. It didn't work. But Tesla was basing it off of a tube. He ran really high voltages. The tube would melt, and he would see plasma escaping, and the vacuum would grow harder and harder. And like, he was describing stuff that didn't seem possible. And I replicated the experiment. It worked exactly like he was saying. And the tube was worthless. I mean, the minute I turned off the power, things imploded. It was not practical at all, but it was what he used in his whole death ray ideas later on. It was based on something, but there was a guy, Rollins, who was a brilliant dentist at the time, who was doing X-ray research. It was through the roof. He understood how X-ray tubes operated to a degree that the rest of society didn't catch up with for 30 years later. And Rollins called him out. He's like, why do people take everything he says as gospel, face value? He said, the guy's talking a lot of bullshit. This isn't possible. And, the two were bitter enemies in the press. But in reality, Rollins was just calling out what he saw. He's like, don't take this guy's word at full value if it's nonsense. Like, so much of what he said, he has not come up with any actual, nothing. And a lot of the ideas were maybe plausible in a perfect science fiction world. Maybe in the future, this stuff could happen. But Tesla was at no means of making half of it a reality.
The thing that you replicated and you said it was true what he described, what was it that was happening?
So it was really interesting. So X-ray tubes operate under a vacuum. And if X-rays are focused on a certain point, they create heat. So he had a single-ended X-ray tube running from a very high voltage, and it was actually the far end of the tube was the target, was the X-ray source, and the glass would actually melt and become soft, and you would expect it to implode. And in reality, instead of imploding, there were like little bubbles forming on the outside, and there were jets of plasma escaping. And what was happening is somehow the electrical field around the coil, around the tube, because the voltage was so high, was somehow keeping the end of the tube intact when it shouldn't have been. And there was plasma escaping, not because the contents of the tube were coming out of the tube and making the vacuum higher, but because the tube was hot and it was acting as another electrode of the tube. And so plasma was forming basically because it was at the same voltage as the Tesla coil on the other end, and there was a corona happening. And what was happening inside the tube, because the tube was so hot, or residual gas molecules were being absorbed into the glass. And so the vacuum was becoming higher and higher. The X-rays were becoming more and more penetrating. It just wasn't in the way Tesla thought it was happening. And the same way I can say I have the single wire Tesla lamp from, there's 2 or 3 of these in the world. He said they operated by molecular bombardment. They really were operated by focused X-rays. And so they were completely impractical. And at the time, him and Edison were neck and neck talking about, Edison was making a fluorescent X-ray lamp. Tesla was making phosphorescent button lamp, what he called them, single wire lamps. All of them were completely dangerous and impractical in the end.
Yeah.
Because of radiation hazards.
So it's not that it wasn't a light, it's just that it's going to kill you to use it.
Exactly.
Right.
And the lifetime would have been hours. And that's the other thing people don't realize. Like when these X-rays are happening in there, the vacuum's changing, things are outgassing. At a certain point, the vacuum wouldn't have made X-rays anymore. And so the filaments wouldn't have lit up. It wouldn't have functioned in the same way.
How many patents and inventions have you been able to remake in your time with the museum?
I don't know.
Dozens?
Yeah, at least, I've replicated a lot of different people's work. And that's where it gets fun.
Well, that's science.
You
come up with an idea, and then people can attempt to replicate it to disprove it or say,
And it's extraordinary. It's like Tesla had some amazing circuit breaker patents, which use mercury. And it was high-speed on-off switches, basically, that use rotating motion, mercury, sometimes inert gases. That's the next thing I want to replicate.
How many patents did Nikola Tesla have?
Oh, I don't know. It's
dozens or
hundreds?
Hundreds.
Like in the end,
How many patents do you have?
I have 2 only.
2. Well,
I would have a lot more, but it's the cost of them, or it's prohibitive.
Sure.
So I was lucky here that RGF patented 2 of them
Very, very cool.
under my name, and they were of interest, scientific interest, more than any commercial interest. But it's, they're down the rabbit holes of UV generation, of taking elements and making different wavelengths of UV. There's electroless bulb patent, and the element patent has the aspects of the Sprite lightning introduced into it. So
Very neat. Very, very neat.
it's down the rabbit holes, but
It is.
It's stuff
but
that's fun.
You're one of the few people that know about all of these subjects.
Yeah.
And not that you just understand it, it's that you can convey it in layman's terms to someone like me that really doesn't understand any of this, right?
I hope so.
I have the curiosity.
I'm not a physicist at all. So it's kind of, I'm a layman trying to convey
You're
science.
not a layman, that's the thing. So my dad watches every one of these videos, every single one of them. So I know he's watching this one. My dad was in the business field, corporate America stuff in the 90s, right?
Mhm.
Or as a young adult. And he didn't love it. He was talking to considering being a teacher. My mom's a teacher. And he has absolutely flourished. And I'll talk more and more about my dad after he retires and give him the credit he deserves. But I'll just say it. He's one of the best teachers, not only in Pasco County, but I'd argue a lot further than that. Because he's so talented, because he's not teaching you as this mathematician with a PhD and blah, 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 blah. He's teaching you as a guy that went to business school and has this very, very good comprehension. And he can just tell it to you in a very easy, digestible way.
That's awesome.
Because there's other teachers that I'm aware of that I'll never name. They had these crazy degrees in rocket science and physics and all this other crap. And they were terrible teachers because they couldn't convey to you if you didn't have this natural gift of just understanding mathematics. Michael Jordan notoriously is not the best coach because Michael Jordan says, do it like this.
Yeah.
Mike, I don't know how to explain it to me. He's like, you just do it. Well, he has his natural gift, and these teachers that have PhDs have these natural gifts, but their gift is not teaching. Their gift is understanding.
Yeah.
Right? So when you have a guy that was in business and insurance and, random things, nothing to do with math, when he has complete comprehension of math, he can better convey it. Oftentimes better than the person with a PhD. Just because the person with a PhD understands it doesn't mean they can convey it to anyone else.
It's so true.
You're the same exact way. You have a much more complete, well-rounded understanding and comprehension because you've learned from all these different ways. And you're open-minded, so you actually had less bias. Because if you have bias from this pompous, arrogant, I'm just going to say ignorant professors, some of them that I've had, you get this stupid, skewed view that they have because of their stupid biases. Where if I just went into it open-minded, I could have learned the same knowledge and not be tarnished. My sociology professor in college was sexist and racist and very, very rude and mean. And it was very clear that, I'm being very vague, it was very clear that they liked certain people, certain groups, and disliked others. It's very, very clear. You're teaching sociology. This is like the worst subject for you to teach.
Yeah,
and I didn't enjoy it. You just completely ruined it. Psychology, I flourished. I've had very great teachers that were not biased, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They let you explore and ask these cool questions. And, after class, hey, I've got a lot of questions on LSD.
Yeah.
Right? How's it work? How's this? Blah, 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 blah. And they're willing to answer it. But when you just have this teacher with this skewed bias, it doesn't matter if they have this great comprehension because they're just skewing your comprehension.
Oh, for sure.
Right? And it's brilliant. So I went on a tangent, definitely hyped up my dad, but I've done all sorts of stuff. I've slowly told you I used to be a firefighter. I've pursued all different types of jobs. I feel like I'm on my 20th career, honestly. One of the careers I attempted, my dad currently works at a technical college teaching mathematics. I was going to school there for vertical mills, drills, and lathes.
Oh, nice.
So I recognized some of the equipment in the in the facility here, and was going to school for that. Eventually, I decided I didn't want to work in a facility like this. Not for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would occasionally stop by and see my dad. It's at the same campus. And one day I walked in. He's on his lunch break. I was having lunch, and he's sitting there with a book. I'm like, "What are you doing?" 'Cause I kind of vaguely recognized the book, but I'm like, I could tell it was old. He was reminding himself calculus. just for the sake of reminding himself calculus, because the subjects he's teaching now is not nearly that high.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, if you don't use these skills, you lose them, right? I'm like, again, because I had such awful specific teachers were just not good in some of my foundations. So like I had very bad algebra 1, and then geometry I flourished because it's very different. It's a different math, but I also had great teachers. When it came to algebra 2, didn't have the greatest teacher again. When I had trigonometry, which is pre-calc, that teacher retired. He was a phenomenal teacher, but he retired. He just left. He's done. He did his time. He's gone.
Yeah.
Well, now I had a terrible foundation of algebra 1. I had a pretty rough continued foundation of algebra 2. And now trigonometry, I didn't even get half the education. So like calculus was just like incomprehensible for me.
Oh, I know that feeling.
I just couldn't. I'm so lost. My foundation is so terrible, right? So bad. So it's just funny that my dad's just teaching himself or reminding himself calculus in his spare time because he wants to.
Math's one of those things I wish I had a teacher that could convey some way to use it. I've a little bit of trigonometry, zero calc. Algebra I failed at pretty much. But then I became a machinist, and it's like suddenly I'm using trigonometry. If you just taught me something practical, how I can use it in real life, I would have loved that subject.
My dad's going to be like, Tom, why'd you go off about me? In a great way. I'm hyping him up, but my dad's so good at that.
Yeah.
Where he's currently teaching the GED program, so people are going back to school. Some of his students are older than him. And, their goals are, I want to receive my GED before or with my grandchild that might be
awesome.
graduating high school. It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's really fulfilling, right? But GED math is not trigonometry. It's not calculus, right?
Yeah.
So when you're teaching things like the Pythagorean theorem, or I'm trying to think of other things that people argue, like, why do I have to learn this? My dad's able to convey actual practical applications.
Yeah.
So he'll teach you fractions and why you read it this way and why the math is this way and common problems, and then why it's accurate. You know what I mean? Why it's accurate and disaccurate. But then people are like, well, why do I still need to use fractions? Well, then he teaches you about currencies, and then he teaches you about taxes, and then he teaches you about all these different reasons, putting fuel in your car, oil in your car, tire pressure, all these different things. Mm-hmm. What's the difference between area and volume? You know what I mean? Like when you have real life reasons to understand, you can actually comprehend it, and you might actually be excited about it.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
Where you might not care about the math at all, but if you realize if I do this, I can better do my taxes, or I can save money for retirement, it can actually benefit you.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
If you don't understand how exponents work, you're not going to care about these random numbers on a piece of paper. But if you realize that these numbers, as they exponentially get bigger, just like this 30,000, 30,000 amps, the tower?
Oh, the 3 million volts.
3 million volts.
Yeah.
If you're only putting 100,000 down here and then it exponentially gets bigger, you could do that with your retirement.
Yeah.
Right? So people are saying, who needs to know this? Well, if you have a small amount of money over a long period of time, you can actually end up with more money.
Yeah.
So it's definitely important to know. So again, I'm praising my dad, but I'm also praising you.
Oh, I wish I could take his class.
Yeah, I'll connect you.
That's awesome.
I look a lot physically like him, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got glasses and darker hair. But it's shown that when NASA scientists come to you and are asking you questions, again, I'm not putting down NASA by any means. It's fascinating that these brilliant people are coming to you like, how you doing that? Like, oh, I'm just in my shed, just replicating what this guy did 100 years before you. I'm not saying that you invented it or anything.
Yeah.
And it's not even necessarily that Kinraide invented some of these things. He just discovered how to capture them, right?
Yeah.
It's that weird beauty of science that you might not be inventing anything. You just are the one to help share it with the world, or right? Be able to articulate it.
It's fascinating that he was just taking pictures for fun. And he was documenting so much of the stuff Tesla described in his lectures, but there's just line drawings of. And you can't appreciate it. You can appreciate the words he wrote, but it's like, it'd be nice to see some of this stuff. This was the guy doing all the work, making it visual, and not writing a single lecture, not describing any of it.
Just for love
documenting
the game,
the
right?
other side. Yeah.
Pretty nuts. I don't know how long this interview's been. We didn't really touch on Thomas Edison. Do you have any quick words on Edison?
No, that's a Chad Shapiro question.
Okay.
He would be the best person to talk about Edison.
Cool. So I think I kind of designed the conversation pretty well. right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people,
Definitely.
they refer to Nikola Tesla and then they just always assume him and Edison just bashed heads and mortal, enemies and everything else.
Yeah,
But
not
it really
really.
wasn't like that. They were respected peers.
Yeah, there were letters, birthday cards. There was letters. Actually, Chad has the originals between Edison's daughter writing to her mom saying, "Oh, I saw Mr. Tesla at the exhibition. He was doing his wonderful experiments." Like, they were friendly for the most part.
Yeah.
There had no reason to not be.
Very, very good.
After a certain age, Edison wasn't part of his own company after a while.
Yeah.
And, Tesla wasn't doing anything special. So, why should there be an animosity? And yet
Yeah.
there were, I think Edison was friendlier of the two as well, because Tesla was invited to some events and talks that he didn't show up at that he probably should have. It was,
Really?
Yeah.
Could have been spiteful. Could have just
Could have been
overslept,
spite.
Could have been something stupid.
Could have been totally.
Right? Could have just had the wrong day.
Yeah.
Showed up late.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
So again, you have the turn of the century Electrotherapy Museum.
Yeah.
It's not just physical location. You have the website, which
Yep.
I will have down here in the video, and I'll have it in the description. I'll have everything linked and tagged. You've really, really spent so much time archiving everything we've discussed today to be online for free
Yes.
for everyone else to learn from. Tell me a little bit more about that.
No, that's the thing. It's kind of like, why try to make money off something that could have an audience of 20 or 1,000 people or whatever? So I've put everything on the Internet Archive. I was surprised. There's over 400,000 downloads of stuff just in the last few years. So that's cool. People are using it. I don't know who. I don't hear from anyone much anymore. But the fact that the books are being utilized and
it's to this day they're being downloaded.
yes, yeah,
Yeah, so it's definitely not. These aren't old numbers. People are still using them to this day,
yeah,
and that's
yeah.
the whole purpose.
Yeah. Before that, I just had stuff on the website like Adobe Photoshop photo galleries where you just
Sure.
For books, and people were reading them then.
Anything to get 'em up
Crappy
there.
me photographing pages with a camera and
Better than nothing.
uploading them. Yeah,
Way better than nothing.
so there's people out there interested in the stuff.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I may have already said it in this conversation, I've said in other podcasts, I have or I've wanted to have these conversations just for me. The day that I met you, I didn't plan on spending 3 hours with you. And I was just in awe. My mouth was just constantly just like mouth open. I couldn't, my jaw just dropped constantly. And every single time I'm like, well, it's pretty neat. You would already be on the next subject and I couldn't even comprehend Thomas Kinraide and all these different people, right? It's just absolutely fascinating. My idea, my thought is the same thing. If I'm already having these conversations, if I put in a lot of extra effort actually and record them, other people can enjoy them as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where I could have done this 10 more times with you, but if I record this, thousands, millions of people can use this for decades to come.
That's awesome.
Right? And we can learn about these things, especially when you're preserving the documents like we have on the table. We need more people to know about them. And if more people know about them, this isn't the only copy because other people have read it and they can, refer to it and they download it and everything else. Right? So we can help spread and preserve all this information.
Yeah, it's a big question. And actually, I was one of the Edison archives. Dr. Paul Israel, we were talking at one of the light bulb meets that Chad had, and it's like, what do you do with this stuff? Like, if it's last known copies, how do you get it out there? How do you have multiple locations? Like, at the end of the day, it's how do you save the information? And even digitally, how do you save stuff in a way that it can be opened? We're not going to save everything to Laserdisc anymore, or 8-track. Like we have a problem now, especially things digitally are changing so fast. How do you keep up with that? How do you make something that's still accessible in 50 years? How do you archive this stuff? And it's a beginning.
Well, to answer that question, I've referenced this paper several times. This is the London magazine that you had me pick up without knowing how old this is. This is over 300 years old.
Yes.
Approximately 300 years old.
Yes.
So physical media is a way of doing that.
Yes.
And preserving.
Yes.
Obviously, we have to take extreme care of it. there's fire, there's water that could definitely damage these things, but they can last 300 years in essentially the same exact form,
Yes.
right? I can easily read everything on that. So if you've noticed, I write all of my notes on field notes.
Yeah.
They're made in the US, and I talk about them all the time. I like the texture, I like the feel, I even like the smell. It's very, very real and genuine, authentic, and it's not cheap, right? It's quality paper.
Yeah.
So I handwrite every question in a rough notebook, and I get my ideas. So when I took all these notes and watched all of your other interviews, I'd write down all these questions, and then as I rewrite them, I can come up with a better order and a sequence.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully this conversation had, it was like riding a wave, but it was one that made sense.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
We come to a final conclusion. So I gift every single guest their own field notes. This one's a little bit smaller. They fit in your pocket, but I hope.
Oh, that's awesome.
I hope that helps write down more history to be preserved.
Oh, this is so cool.
And
much appreciated.
of course,
Yeah.
it's a gift for you. But when you're mentioning how do we have something last 50 years, as long as that piece of paper or collection of papers is taken care of, it could definitely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And you have proof on the table in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So I really, really appreciate it. I've got 1 or 2 questions left. People that want to check out the museum, turn of the century Electrotherapy Museum, how do they do so?
In person?
In person. How should they contact you?
Send me a text. I have my mobile number on the
All
site.
right, I'll put your phone
And
number down
that's
there.
like, send me a text. If you want to
And-
visit, make sure I'm here. That's first thing.
Exactly. So that's what I did. So you can check out the website. You're on also Google Maps. I'm sure you're on Apple Maps. So I just went to Google Maps, clicked on it. I literally called you just to make sure that the museum was open.
Yeah, and it was a rare instance. I was at a doctor's office or something, which I never go to.
But you got back to me and said, hey, I'll be here at this time. And I met you. It was unbelievable. I've never had a museum where not just a curator spends this much time, but you have this much passion and comprehension, and you're willing to turn on the machines. Like you turned this one on a little bit ago.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And I've never been to a museum that does that. I've been to museums where you might meet the curator and they're awesome. I've interviewed other curators as well, but you have so much passion that I've never seen another curator, just open the cabinet and take it out and say, hold it and turn it on and feel it. What do you feel? What do you think?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
That's experiencing it.
It
That's
really
meaningless otherwise.
Not only is it meaningless, but I have such awesome memories that the odds of me forgetting the experience are much smaller
That's
than if
awesome.
I go to any other museum. You can look at anything behind the case. I've been to baseball museums and look at that bat. It's cool. It looks like every other wooden bat. But if you didn't tell me that so-and-so hit this ball with it on this day and hit a home run, the bat wouldn't mean anything, right?
Yeah.
It's different when you hold this light bulb and say there's 3 of these left in the world, and then you turn it on.
Yeah.
And my mind was just blown. It's unbelievable.
It'd be awesome to hold that bat, knowing whoever held it before.
Exactly,
Like,
right?
This is history. This is when you can feel it, you can smell it, you can see it. Seeing it's one thing, but it
really is.
It's part of the experience.
Yeah.
Thinking, wow, he had that. That's the bat.
Seen a lot of the machines you have. A lot of them are wooden.
Yeah.
And you can see the grain, and it's unbelievable how well they're preserved. And it's different that, again, you could see it and feel it. And it takes respect. It takes kindness. It takes, you know what I mean? You can't just abuse these things. But again, when you're walking with the curator, and I'm sure you judge people as in a polite way, they come in, you're like, all right, you're not going to have this person. You're not going to have a 4-year-old throwing light bulbs around, right?
No,
you're going to do this in a respectful way.
Yeah.
So very, very neat. My last couple questions for you is, do you have a hero?
Oh. Good question. Václav Havel, ex-Czech president. He was a hero.
He's right above me.
He is.
Say his name for me. I don't speak Czech.
Václav Havel.
I have it written down. I have it right here. Tell me about Pravda Vichte. Pravda Vichte?
Pravda Vichte. Yeah,
I don't speak Czech.
The truth prevails.
The Czech.
So that's the Czech motto. So
Czech
that was early on. I was in junior high school. I got some of his books, and it was someone, lone voice in the middle of nowhere in a very dark place in the world, fighting for truth. And I thought about that always. And so the museum's a lot of that. It's kind of fighting for the stories that aren't told. And it's also like preserving all this stuff. It makes no sense. This isn't history anyone wants to actively learn about. But as Havel said, we do the right things not because it's a logical thing to do, but because it's the right thing to do. And that's kind of how I feel the museum is. Preserving this history, it's so much work. It's so much money that doesn't get recovered. It's, for anyone looking on the outside, it's madness. But it's saving 40,000 pounds of high voltage stuff from a building getting destroyed is also madness. But you do it because it's the right thing to do. Even if nobody else understands, it's the right thing to do.
And it might just be that they don't understand yet.
Yeah, it could be.
I'd like to think that I understand. I'm definitely not in your shoes, but I value everything that you're doing. When you showed me, I didn't even know this library existed. I really didn't. I thought we went through the museum.
Yeah,
it's really cool. And you're like, I got some things outside. And then you're kind enough to take me and open and unlock the library and show me all these unbelievable archives. It's unbelievable. It really is valued.
Appreciate that.
And I want more people to value it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be sharing this this interview with everyone. I've told several people your story, and I had people want to come with me from Tampa.
Oh, it's awesome.
Down to Riviera Beach where we're at, just to meet you. I came down with pretty short notice, but I'll definitely let them know I could send more people your way.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's unbelievable. So I have a huge thank you, not just to you, but to RGF Environmental Group.
Yes.
Briefly explain, this is your day job.
Yeah.
Briefly explain what the company does.
So we make environmental products that help the environment without chemicals. So there's air purifiers, water purifiers, there's industrial cleaners, incinerators, things that if you have, for example, problems with mold or with viruses or otherwise, how do you kill those in a way that's not harming the environment? And it starts from manufacturing from the ground up.
And it could be as simple as just light.
Could be something. It's a lot of it's based with UV lights, with catalysts. We make airborne hydrogen peroxide, which put on cuts. It's safe. It's a way of, for example, treating the air in a house through the AC duct, where if there's germs on surfaces, you can kill them in a way that's not harming the people inside.
Wow.
Or controlling, kind of replicating nature's ways of cleaning the environment indoors, so you don't have sick building syndrome, that sort of thing.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Very fitting.
Very, very interesting play. Yeah, it all goes hand in hand,
really
actually.
Is. So I have it written down. I feel the turn of the century Electrotherapy Museum is the most interesting museum in Florida. It's the most interesting one that I've ever been to in the state of Florida.
Oh,
it's been
that's good to know.
That really cool and interesting. So please call Jeff. Please check him out. I'll put the phone number in the description and everything as well.
Awesome.
I did tell you beforehand, the final question is my dad's greatest advice. It's never waste a mistake. And it's the mantra to the project. And it's not that he would tell me to never waste my own mistake. It'd be any mistake. So not only can I learn from him, I can learn from you. I can learn from people like Burton Kinraide.
Yeah.
That I don't have the chance of meeting. But because you've been able to archive his stuff, we can learn from these lessons that he's documented and you've been able to save.
Sure.
So the final question for every guest is, what is one mistake you've not wasted?
I would say reach out to people. If you're inspired by someone, find them. At least have a conversation with them. Thank them. Because there was one person I didn't do that, and I found out they had already passed away. And so I always think there is, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it's someone like a Czech president or, some story you hear of rock singers or whoever doing something that's, you feel like they did the right thing, find them and tell them. Because you never know how that experience reacts. Maybe they need to hear those words from someone at a random time, complete stranger. Or maybe you can help each other. Or maybe somehow whatever resonates with all these little things, somehow it's for the good.
It's true. That's how I find people like yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
So that
I saw the name of the museum. I thought it was incredibly interesting, and that's why I reached out.
Yeah.
If it was named something else, I might not have been like, I don't know. Might not have piqued my interest, right?
Yeah.
Call it serendipitous, call it,
Yeah,
fate, whatever you
for
want to
sure.
call it. But
And
Very, very cool.
it's like there's people have to say, like, why would you reach out to that person? Like what's the point? And I'm like, well, I like what they're doing. So that's the point.
And what do you have to lose?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
They might not I've found that people that I've reached out to, it's not that they said no, it's that they just didn't see the message.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And I respect it when people say no, thank you. I'm like, oh, okay, at least I know they saw it.
Yeah.
And then they just didn't want to do it. That's completely fine.
Yeah.
You know, it almost hurts worse when you're like, did they even see it?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Did they open the email or like with social media, it'll just show that it was never opened.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm
exactly.
like, you can't even blame the person. They just haven't seen the message.
Yeah, it's just lost in the sea.
It's great advice. So last thing to say, if you like this episode, check out episode 26. I interviewed Rodney Kite Powell. He's the official historian of Hillsborough County, and he's one of the curators at the Tampa Bay History Center. It's really, really cool.
Oh, that sounds cool.
He's another historian. So if you like a lot of the history that we've talked about today, very different history. It's a history of Florida, 12,000 years of history.
Wow, that's incredible.
It's really, really neat. And it's all documented and stuff too.
Yeah.
It's very, very cool. So if you like this episode, check out that one as well. And I feel you're one of the most important people in science today because of the archiving and the work that you're doing. Because again, things on this table wouldn't continue to exist if you didn't save them. So I really, really appreciate you guys.
Appreciate that.
So, Jeff, man, we will do this again. I don't know. This was probably several hours. We'll do it again.
Oh, appreciate it.
You're the man. Thank you.
Thank you.